I think what's the
Speaking of
most
on the air, can
what's that?
someone explain to me why Europe has better fucking internet speeds than we do here in the States? Anybody got an explanation for that shit?
No.
I mean, the fucking Muslims in the Middle East have better internet speeds than we got. What the fuck's up with that shit? Why?
Well, I think the Illuminati meets in Brussels, so it makes sense that the best internet would spread from Europe outwards.
Well, that's true. That's true. They gotta have the best shit. That's true. Yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of silly, seeing as how we invented this son of a bitch. You'd think we'd get the better internet speeds, but I guess not. I guess fucking not. Now, having said that, to our credit, we've had unlimited access longer than Europe has, so I guess it balances out. Because they were pay up until what? Not that long ago, actually. So I don't know. I think kind of silly though. We invented some bitch. Oh, get that fake ass piece of shit picture of Earth off my screen. Goddamn CGI bullshit.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
Are you going to flat
what's wrong
Earth?
with this?
Or
That is fake. No, I don't. Whether you're a proponent of flat Earth or not is immaterial. That is still a fake ass picture. Get it off. That's stupid. That's
I wish anyone could
Okay,
use
this
it.
one helps you.
you don't have to be flat Earth to see fucking CGI. Okay, you don't have to be a flat Earther to see that shit. I mean, we got millions of fucking satellites up there, but not one of the son of a bitches can give us a real picture of Earth. Come on, man. Then you don't have to be flat Earther to know they fucking lie out their ass. They lied about Mars. They lied about Mars. If they're gonna lie about Mars, they're gonna lie about everything.
What was the lie about Mars?
Oh, it's a horrible planet. Everything's fucking orange. The atmosphere's orange. The rocks are orange. The sand is orange. Everything's fucking orange on Mars. Total fucking lie. NASA sets up this public forum and stuff. They're gonna have this big talk about Mars. Yeah, and they're all sitting there, and the media starts pouring in. They got their cameras all set up and their mics and everything. And the media looks up and they start pointing like this. And the NASA people look around, and there's this beautiful picture of Mars with the beautiful blue sky, fluffy white clouds. Everything's just gorgeous. And the NASA people do this shit, and they're like, oh, totally busted. Totally busted. Now, that doesn't mean that Mars's atmosphere is going to be thinner than Earth's, because Mars is smaller than Earth. But still, this bullshit that everything's fucking orange on Mars is total fucking lie. Total lie. Got beautiful blue skies, just like we got.
To be fair, Trump's face and hair is orange, and he's the most racist person after Hitler, so
He's got orange hair?
NASA might have something going with that.
Who has orange hair?
Trump?
Well, no, actually, it's a kind of a sandy blonde.
It's orange.
Now, if you'd have said Carrot Top, you might have had a point.
I think most would agree that Trump is pretty orange.
I would agree that he's orange. In this particular picture, his hair does look quite yellow, or quite whiter, blonde.
It's the lighting, I think. It's the lighting. I don't think, because his hair is not supposed to be orange. It's supposed to be blonde, so it's a sandy blonde. But, yeah, the lighting probably makes it look orange sometimes, I guess. But no, it's not orange. It's not orange. Someone said his skin was orange. That ain't true either.
It's orangish. It has a orange hue.
Well, it doesn't look orange there. I mean, look at it. It don't look orange. Skin don't look orange either. I think they like.
I think it depends on the angle and the lighting.
Stop talking shit. That's
It's similar to craft dinner when you don't put enough butter or milk into it and you're just trying to stir it. That's kind of his face and hair. Chunky orange craft dinner.
Yeah, supposedly there's a prophecy out there that Trump's going to save us.
Hail the God Emperor.
I think Trump's only going to win if we have another 2 terrorist attacks on U.S.
And Trump ain't going to win at all. Trump ain't going to win at all.
I call that he will win if we have 2 terrorist attacks on U.S. soil.
Do not elect our president. We don't do it. A bunch of bureaucrats in a smoke-filled room.
Okay, well, then I should say Trump will be president if
A bunch of bureaucrats in a smoke-filled room is who's voting for president. And Rockefeller's right there passing out that fucking cash. You can bet on it. So, no, we don't vote for the president, and we ain't going to get Trump.
Are you referring to the Jews, or who are you? Like, what specific people are you speaking
of? It doesn't matter whether they're Jews or not. God, wake the fuck up. Don't matter whether they're Jews or not. Quit it. That is nothing.
Well, no, I was just wondering if you're referring to the Jewish conspiracy.
You have bureaucrats, okay, that literally get into a smoke-filled room and vote for the president of the United States. Well, what do you think Rockefeller's going to do? Is he just going to sit on his ass? No, he's going to be there doling out cash and saying, "Hey, vote my way." That's exactly what he's going to be. And you know what the bitch is? According to everything I know, it's totally fucking legal. You can give them cash, you can give them trips, you can give them cars, you can give them all kinds of cool shit.
I'm fairly certain that is illegal, right?
And it's not illegal. Well, if you give a police officer cash, isn't that bribery? If you give a military person cash, it's bribery. But for some reason, when we're voting for fucking president of the United States, oh, here you go, guys, dole out the cash, dole out the cars, the women, the gifts, all that shit, you know. But if you do it to a police officer or military personnel, it's bribery. You go to fucking federal prison. But if you do it to an elector who's voting for president of the United States, somehow that's fucking okay. No, it's not okay. Or at least it shouldn't be okay. It shouldn't be okay at all. But it is. It's okay. It's okay to do that shit. I said.
Hello, B.
What a load of shit. What a load of shit.
Hey guys, what's up?
According to Iron, this is the White Power Hour. So.
White Power Hour.
Yes.
Please, no.
I wasn't.
Oh yeah, this looks like a suitably white woman we have here.
A suitably white woman? I'm white enough, apparently.
Yes. You meet the color spectrum.
So to what? Have babies and procreate for the Aryan nation? Is that
as long as you're lighter than a brown paper bag. That's how they do the test.
Than a brown paper bag.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I'm English and Italian. That's my heritage.
That's good enough for us.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Okay. Actually, my grandma spoke Italian.
Soy cubana, entonces hispana.
Entonces, I know that one. I took 4 years of Spanish in high school too.
Oh.
Donde está la biblioteca? My name in Spanish class was Pato, which means duck, and I don't remember why I chose that name, but that's what they called me for 4 years.
So you're really the disco duck then?
Yes, so.
Oh my God, you got a song named after you, you know.
As long as it's not Howard the Duck, that movie scares me.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. The movie actually gave me nightmares. It sure did.
That one,
It's a pretty good unknown tune.
Which one?
Dirty Duck, I think it's called. It's like from a really obscure 60s movie.
Well, have you seen you can find Beyonce, the Single Ladies video. They have it dubbed to the track of the DuckTales theme song, and it's like exactly on, and it's hilarious. If you just Google Beyonce and DuckTales, it'll probably come up. It's pretty funny.
Isn't that copyright infringement?
I don't know. I didn't
Well,
know anything.
Well, yes, but I mean, I'm assuming it's been republished like thousands of times.
Yeah, but wait a minute. If I do it and I go to jail, why don't the rap artists do it and go to jail? Why?
Which
Wait,
rap
have you
artist?
have you ever gone to jail for violating copyright?
That's what I was gonna say. One, I didn't know that you've been to jail.
I've been
Yeah,
threatened.
and this was a fan thing, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was some kind of a mashup that somebody did to,
Yeah,
put it
exactly.
together.
I managed a Christian rock band, and we wanted to use someone's music, and they threatened us with fines and jail time if we did. But these black rap artists get away with it. Why? Why is that? That's not right, man. It's not right.
Yeah, I agree. I
You're
believe
gonna
it's
have
part,
a,
I
you're
believe
gonna
it's
have a
part of
rule.
white bias, the growing anti-white
You're gonna
bias.
have a rule. It should apply to everybody equally.
I would agree with that.
Sure. Isn't that kind of the idea of an ethical system should apply equally to everybody, regardless of...
That's the plan.
Bucks Iron, click that link in the side chat. B,
I'm
don't
not-
click it.
Don't?
The law
Don't
should
click
be
it,
blind.
okay.
I already did. I was going to listen to it, but I couldn't do it.
Okay, yeah.
Wait a minute. What am I not supposed to click?
That's awesome.
Oh, what the hell? That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, it's a great tune.
Complimentary music for the White Power Hour, eh?
Well,
I'm not...
B brought it up by bringing up the DuckTales, and I couldn't resist, you know.
Fair
It's
enough.
the
what
DuckTales theme
happened to
song.
Nadia? Where'd Nadia go?
You know.
I do not
Nadia's not
agree with the White Power Hour. FYI.
Nadia is not qualified to be a part of the White Power Hour. So.
Why? She's not white enough.
She's the epitome of the white power.
Not necessarily that. Although I do think she's of Mexican descent, is what
She's
said.
goth though. She was like kind of a goth look. That's more white than I am.
Well, more so. Well, it's more so contributing to the anti-white agenda that's growing.
Brandon Lee was
main
goth,
point.
and he was Asian, so.
Who was? Brandon Lee. Oh, the dude that died in The Crow.
Yeah. Well, he was half Asian.
Right back.
So what does that mean? You can be. What are you trying to say? You can
I'm
be
just
not
saying
white
that
and goth?
that you can be goth and not be white. That's all.
Well, goth to me just I am automatically think like pale white makeup kind of.
Asians are very pale, though.
You are being so discriminatory right now, B.
Against goths. Yeah, I guess. Actually, I would have been. If I would have been whatever I wanted to be, growing up in high school, I probably would have been not
Asian?
goth, maybe more. No, I wouldn't have been Asian. That's not necessarily. I probably would have been black. Actually, if I could have changed my race, I would have.
Me
I still
too.
probably would. So.
I used to want to be black, like my whole childhood.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Why?
Because it contributes to the theory of the growing anti-white bias, right? Like blacks are presented in the media as being more trendy, as being more cool, or you know,
They are cool. I mean, honestly,
well, you know, they're promoted as being such, right? Like white people are.
No, wait, are you being serious now? Are you being serious? Because I don't know when you're joking, when you're being serious.
So you think Incorporated is cooler than I don't know, pick some random white person from the Hangouts?
I think white people kind of suck, really, honestly. I don't think
this is what I'm talking about.
Okay, sorry.
Every white
That's
chick.
just your Italian side talking.
How do you explain this? Every white chick I dated cheated on me. Every chick that was minority that I dated didn't. Isn't that interesting?
I would say you.
Some explanations
Why
for
white
that.
chicks cheat?
Are you talking specifically about black chicks not cheating on you?
Gosh.
Yeah.
Vaughn, I would definitely say that you're an
I've dated. No, wait a minute. Every minority I dated never cheated on me. Every white chick did.
Are you talking about just black women or just
I'm talking about any minority.
How many minorities have you dated?
Blacks have dated Asians, but white women, for some reason, they cheat. Why?
Well,
Why
Asian
is that?
women are typically very submissive. So.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It depends on the culture. Patriarchal cultures, like Asian is more patriarchal. Even Hispanic culture is a lot more male-centric, and some depending on where you're from. So it may be that they just wouldn't. I don't know. That could be part of it.
Maybe
they got a few things. They got a few things right in regards to the patriarchy. But I do think that's probably just the natural.
Okay, Iron. I'm just going to assume everything that you're saying is a joke because otherwise you're going to start to irritate me. So.
No.
Bucks and I aren't the same person.
You are? Wait, wasn't Bucks in here or did he leave?
Bucks is Trump and I am Hitler Cat.
Yes.
What the frick? You guys are confusing me now.
Well, I am the God Emperor. He's, Hitler Cat. Yeah.
Iron's the Führer, and you are, I don't know, Goebbels or something.
I have no idea what you're doing.
I mean, I would have a much more controversial person as my picture, but that's been outlawed, I believe. So, I have to settle with the God Emperor.
I actually got kicked out of one of the Bible Thumping Wingnuts hangouts because of my avatar.
Oh, you told me that.
With because I had Falcor, Jesus riding Falcor, and apparently that was offensive, and they kicked me out.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
You're like one of the nicest people and like the least offensive people and like most
I know.
understanding people that comes into these hangouts.
I know I am, but there are people that don't like me.
Yeah, no, fuck you, B. I'm just kidding. You're cool. You're actually no, you're really fucking chill, actually.
I am.
Yeah, B's a cool woman.
I am.
Albatross, turn your fucking camera on right now.
Yeah, no, I got kicked out of it.
I'm hungover and I haven't showered yet.
The albatross is a white feathered bird, so I think he's good.
Okay.
Yes.
Did they say anything before they kicked you out, or did they just say?
No,
like...
not the Bible thumping wingnut one, but I think it was just my avatar, and they assumed because it was Jesus and something that I was trolling them. I guess I don't know, but I got kicked out of a Calvinist hangout a couple weeks ago, which I was kind of butthurt about.
Wasn't it Jesus riding a dinosaur?
No, I gotta show you my you can share. You should be able to see it. Can you see it now? My avatar.
He's right. He's right.
Yeah.
This is the one I've had
the
forever.
dude from the Never-Ending Story, right?
Yeah, it's Falcor.
He
Falcor,
looks like
the
a
luck
big
dragon,
dog.
and Jesus. It's
Yeah,
Falcor.
he is essentially
He
a
looks
big
like
dog.
a big dog.
It's a luck dragon. So, but no, the other day I got kicked out because it wasn't, I mean, like, for me, like, getting heated is, like, telling people, no, stop, you need to listen to me. That's about as big as it was. But apparently they didn't like what I was saying. I don't know.
Oh, well, Alex got booted before even being broadcast from Bible Thumping Wingnut. I was logged in as Harvey Birdman.
Yeah.
Oh, Justin says hello, B.
From where? Is he in the abyss?
He's been around the last little while.
I keep seeing him in here because he's got that kind of trippy avatar thing.
Yeah, he has a pretty cool avatar. Have you guys not talked since that last time?
He's been in some hangouts. I don't know. I don't remember the last time. He was in something the other day, but I don't think it was one that was on air. Something I don't remember.
He's not so bad, really.
Oh well, except for, I guess everybody does stupid shit, but whatever. I don't agree with that entire thing, but that's all that I really know about him, so I can't judge other than that.
Yeah, like I said before, I think if all of us were to be wearing our worst action or the horrible actions we've committed throughout our life on our forehead, I'm sure all of us would hate all of us. You know what I mean?
Oh sure. I mean I would agree with that too. That I'm glad that, which just kind of scares me about the fact that kids are growing up now in an era where they can do stupid shit and it'll be on the internet forever. Like, because I did dumb stuff when I was a kid, but it wasn't online, and I wasn't sending stuff that people could, maybe, and on that level. So it's like, I think now, I think that's why celebrities get nailed so hard, figuratively and literally.
I think, in a way, it probably also, like it's impossible to sort of account for all of the stupid things that might have happened but didn't, because people were actually aware that it might end up on the internet, right? So
that's
it
true.
might also
that could maybe it would balance out on some level.
Yeah.
I kind of think it's getting to see, Iron, that was what I was hinting at. It was the innuendo on the whole thing, which maybe you're the only one that picked up on. It's like, but I think that, like, now, I remember when I first got the internet, like 96, when I was a freshman, which makes me feel really old. But like back then, you wouldn't, if you found a nude picture of somebody online, it would be, oh my gosh, But now I think it's like almost everybody has that shit out there somewhere, and eventually it's gonna be like, oh, whatever. Everybody's got pictures out there. Everybody's got whatever. So it's not going to be leverage. Whereas it would have been maybe 10 years ago, it would have been a huge deal. Now it's not that much. It's kind of in the in-between right now. Because, I mean, I know most of the people that I hang around with are kind of who I think are the type of people that I like. They're just like, whatever. It doesn't, that kind of thing shouldn't change how you feel about somebody or whatever. But there's still people that are like, oh my gosh, naked pictures of you? That means you're a horrible person. Stuff like that.
Yeah, well, fuck anyone who thinks like that, really.
Yeah, that's true. What's up, Tom?
Hi.
You gonna boss me around now today? Even
What we're
listening.
doing?
Well, but last time you were like, you were telling me basically you were really annoying last time you were in this hangout, but you should not do that anymore. And I'm like, well, excuse me. Maybe you
were
don't remember.
incredibly annoying in that hangout.
No, you were. Last time I was in the hangout, you were telling me about the time before that I was incredibly annoying, and it was very scolding. And I was like, well, geez. So I just didn't know if you had.
If you
No, I don't.
rewatch that hangout, you would
Nope.
agree with me.
I don't rewatch hangouts because I don't necessarily want to see myself talking to people, really.
I
So-
know. That's why. It's because you would agree with me. It would be
Because I
embarrassing
know
for
it's
you to
because
watch it.
well, because do you like? I don't like to sit and watch myself mostly, so I wouldn't. But
She who shall not be named is out in the outside chat comparing us to the island of misfit toys.
okay, you're cutting, you're jumping.
Your robot's on.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Who is?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Quick, somebody take his spot.
Which spot? What the heck?
Damn it.
She who shall not be named. Who is that?
She
Presumably, I don't know.
Jezebel. Oh,
She-
Bella
she-
had Bella in it, maybe.
She who shall not be named is out in the chat comparing us to the island of misfit toys.
What chat? What chat are you even talking
There is
about?
no chat.
YouTube, the YouTube site.
There is no YouTube chat.
There is in Bon.
Annabelle exists only in Bond's mind.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm pretty sure there was an outside chat because I was just reading the damn thing.
No, there is
Maybe
no
it was
outside
from the-
chat.
maybe it was
Oh.
You're reading someone else's outside
from
chat,
the
dude.
previous- I stand corrected. It was from the previous hangout. My bad.
It's the Mandela effect.
Yeah, the Mandela effect's messing with me.
Wow. That means that.
No, that's not the Mandela effect. That's just you
It
being
was from the
dumb.
previous hangout, so alright. It's all good. I'm squared away now. It was from the previous hangout. My bad. It's my bad.
When did Gus leave? I thought he was in here last time I opened the thing up, and then he was. No, he's
No,
not.
Gus wasn't here since I've been here.
Are you saying someone? Are you saying she's talking about you in the old chat?
I don't know. She just compared everybody that was in the chat room to the Island of Misfit Toys.
I would own that. I would.
I
agree.
would.
I'm probably,
Yeah, I know it. I don't up to it. Why
I'm
not?
probably okay with that. I tried living in the world of the normal people. It's not so fun. They're not so cool. I'd rather live.
I'm not sure exactly what a misfit toy is, so it's not a label I find terribly offensive.
It's more the broken, nobody wanted them, so they all went and lived together kind of thing.
Correct. Correct.
So I can.
That's actually a pretty apt description of me.
Yeah. Or it would be either that or just like I don't tend to want to be around the people that feel like they're the complete normal people anymore. They're not so much fun.
Or maybe I'm the only normal person and everyone else is broken, and that's why I don't want to be around them.
There you go. Because then we would have to agree on what normal is in the first place, right? And who decides that?
I have a hangover. Let's not get into semantics, please.
It can't be decided.
Exactly.
It can't be decided.
Because if it's all on the spectrum, like you talk about mental health stuff, I mean, there's arguments to be made about like things like ADHD and that kind of thing. You know, could have been evolutionarily wise, could have been an advantage. Just now they're not necessarily an advantage because you have to be able to pay attention in a certain context in our society, but maybe hundreds of years ago it would have been good that you could have your brain going a million different places at once, but now it doesn't help. So
Speaking of the Illuminati, B, is that a copy of Knights Templar magazine behind you there, or am I seeing tape?
what are you talking about? This?
It says Knights on it.
I thought it said knitting.
Doesn't that say Knights on it?
Oh shit! Okay, it says knit. Knit is.
Oh, knit. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I apologize all over
You
myself.
know the.
False
Well,
alarm.
they do
False
hide,
alarm, Everett. False alarm. Take it
Masonic
easy.
symbols in knitting magazines, though.
Yeah,
sometimes.
well, I saw the K and I, and it's like, because, it's like, wow, there's no coincidences here tonight, We're sitting here talking about Knights Templar, we're talking about the KKK and Robert KKK Bird and all that, and then I see Knight over there, or what I thought was Knight.
Well, you see, that's the thing. The Illuminati love to knit.
they're
They
all over the
did.
place. They're
They
everywhere.
knitted secret codes in their sweaters so that you would know.
And there's
Absolutely. That's
I think so. Hi, Holly. I have not talked to you before.
Hi, B. What do you knit?
Holly.
I actually don't knit. I crochet. This is my mom's magazine, but I crochet mostly. But I do mostly toys and stuffed animals because I don't like to have to actually measure things for people.
Oh, I wish I could do that. I have a
what's the
friend
difference?
who does. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know the difference between knitting and crocheting.
Knitting uses 2 needles. Crocheting uses 1 that's a hook. Knitting is like 2 straight needles like that, which and crochet is like a hook. So
Okay,
it just depends. You could also see a difference between like if you're looking at the fabric that's created. Like knitting is a lot stretchier because the way that goes together. Crocheting is tighter together. It's just a different look to it. But
okay.
I knit, but I can't crochet.
oh really? Yeah. See, I learned crochet, and I've knitted a couple things like a hat, and I really like what is that called, intarza or whatever, when you can like actually put patterns on there. I did a hat, and it's awesome, but it's like takes so much time, and I don't have a lot of patience.
I know. I like the crochet animals though. I can't. I can't do crochet. I don't know why.
Oh really? See, for a while. I did a lot of like the amigurumi kind of stuff, the small little animals. And
yeah, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, I've done a lot of those. My mom does a ton of knitting and crocheting though, so like my kids have so much stuff, it's ridiculous. I feel bad throwing it out, but my mom's like, whatever, just
open an Etsy.
She does have one. I started one for her, but she's not really like up on the tech stuff side of it. So unless I do it for her, she doesn't keep up on it. So. Yeah. But I like have a. What was the last thing? Last thing I got was a Star Wars crochet thing, and I keep thinking I need to make them for my friends for Christmas, but I just haven't gotten around to it.
I know I did the same. I did a Star Wars scarf and a Star Wars hat, and I just made them for me. But I know other people would like it too.
Yeah,
I don't have
especially
time.
yeah. Well, I did actually, my ex-husband was like obsessed with Lord of the Rings, and it's a good story. I mean, it's not like my favorite, but for every Christmas for a couple years, I would do like a little one of the fellowship, and I think I got up to 5, and then we got divorced, so he didn't get the whole fellowship, but Yeah.
He'll have to marry someone else with
right. He'll have to
skills.
measure somebody else who can do that shit. Actually, I kept them. I kept the ones that I made because I'm like, you're not gonna take these. These are cool, and you will just So I kept them, even though I don't necessarily like Lord of the Rings all that much, but they're cool. So. Gosh, somebody keeps messaging them. Oh, people having arguments in the Hangout thing. How do you make it so it doesn't ding you every time somebody says something?
Notifications.
There you go. Got it. It'll still come up. It just won't like ding every time somebody says something. Is that what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Much better. People arguing about black Hebrew Israelites, which I don't even know what that means in terms of the grand scheme of Christianity, but apparently they piss people off a lot.
G-Man.
They're blacks who think they're the original Jews.
G-Man is constantly fighting with them. So.
Oh, fighting with them? Oh.
Fighting against them, fighting with them. I don't know. He argues with them every now and then.
I think he argues with everybody.
Perhaps. He wanted me to start a hangout, so I leave. I go start a hangout. He never showed, man. I waited.
Who, G-Man? I've only talked to G-Man in person a couple times.
Yeah.
But he was actually in the very first hangout that I went in. He was in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so was Seth. And I can't remember who else. Those are the 2 people that I know are still around that were in there. And Nadia, because it was in Nadia's room.
Yeah, he told me. He said, "Yeah, go make a hangout." And so I went and made a hangout. I left Nadia's, went made a hangout. He never showed. I sent him the link privately on YouTube. I sent him the link via Google. I sent him the link even via Skype.
You got blown off on. I'm sorry.
You got spit up.
Man, I got totally blown off, didn't I?
Yeah.
Sure did.
They'll do that sometimes.
Hmm. Well, I was looking for some kind of discussion or argument in here. You guys are kind of boring. Except for the white power stuff. That's just not so much fun.
B, why do you hate white people so much?
Because we suck. I don't know. Because they're not that interesting to me, for the most part.
It's white guilt.
Could be.
What do you want to discuss?
I don't know. I don't know. What are you doing, Nadia? Oh, purse. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? Cigarettes? I'm watching what Nadia's doing.
B, did you catch all that doxing stuff that happened?
Kind of. I was not paying too much attention to it because that seems to be what whoever's doing it, what they want, so I just kind of ignored it. But, I mean, for me, it's not a huge deal because I can't, it wouldn't necessarily affect me as much, but I mean, the whole idea is kind of not cool. But, I mean, people like that, they're doing that kind of stuff because they want attention and they want to piss people off, so it seems better to just ignore it for the most part. I don't know. Is that still going on?
Yeah, it seems to be. That's why the outside chat's disabled right now.
Yeah, that's still going on.
Seems like...
I'm looking at this girl on Chatterbait right now, and one of the she's got like a list at the bottom. It says like number of tips that you can leave her, and she'll do stuff. And for 222 tokens, she has it listed queef on demand.
Wow, that's a good talent. How much is 2,200 and whatever tokens? How much is that?
I think 5 cents is 1 token.
5 cents? Wait,
It's like 20-something bucks.
$4?
Wait. Oh wait, I'm my math skills are.
That's like $11, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait.
Must be pretty relatively easy for her to do then if she can do it for $11.
No, it's $4. $4.
$4? My gosh. I could not do that. I couldn't do that on demand. Period. Let alone would I do it for $4? So wow.
Why $4.44? Like
well,
why?
It was
what made your sense? Like how much do I value a queef on demand? $4.44. That's it. That's the number. You know how does that happen?
That's a good the currency of queefs. Spot. I don't know what the currency of queefs are. Like what's the exchange rate for queefs across cultures? I don't know. Oh man. Wait, is Chatterbait the one where they will have the what are those called? Oh my bot or whatever, the vibrators that basically will go off depending on if people are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, because I've heard a lot of these things. I've heard about them, but I just haven't ever necessarily looked at them.
But they do it. They do that on other sites too, right?
Hey guys, we need to collectively raise $4.44, like yesterday here, and make this happen.
To do the queef. I would almost donate money.
$4.44.
I would almost do that to see somebody be like, okay, I give you your money, now do it now. I want to see it. Like I would almost give $5 for that.
Well, I have something similar to that going on. If somebody
oh my god!
not
I will give you $5 to not continue what you're saying right now.
I'll pay you $4.44 to not do it. Okay, to not do it. I'll pay you I'll just give you the money.
What I want, what I've been trying to do for the last 2 days is get $10 sent to my PayPal so that I can expose eHarmony as a sham. But I can't get the $10. eHarmony. That's right. If I get $10,
damn.
If I get
what do you mean?
$10,
What does that mean?
If I get $10, I will expose eHarmony as a sham. But I need $10.
Why do you need $10?
Because they won't let me go forward. They won't let me. They literally will not let me go forward.
Everybody already knows that it's a sham.
No, they don't either.
eHarmony
Let me
is
guess.
totally
You're gonna
useful.
point out that there's like fake profiles, right? That aren't real
No,
girls.
I'm going to point out that the whole damn thing is a sham. It's nothing but a
Well,
money.
what is a sham that's not?
Like, what was that? The Ashley Madison site where the majority of the women on there were not even real women? Is that kind of what you're going for?
Exactly. They're computer-generated bots. They're not even real women.
Okay. Isn't that what I said? And you said no.
Yeah, it is. That is what he just
Pretty
said.
much,
Okay.
but
Okay.
you know, but everybody, other websites. Oh, those shams, but eHarmony's real. Well, I want to blow the lid on that.
Okay, Cupid was decent-ish, but I mean, I didn't find anything that was not just a hookup kind of thing. Like Tinder is basically if you're just looking to fuck is kind of what it was for. But so, but if you're looking for
I found this
a
app like called
relationship,
Grindr or something, and
called what?
called Grindr, and it's such a
That's
fucking
for-
ripoff. All I see on there is
That's for gay
guys. Like, where
people.
the fuck are the chicks?
Are you
Yeah,
serious?
he's just joking. He's just.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm trolling.
I was gonna say, wait, Grindr. I've seen that one.
They see me trolling. They hate it.
I kind of dig the whole bear thing. That I can get into that. I like that.
But I mean, like, what would you do with a bear? Like, a bear would have no interest in you.
That's true. But I still am attracted to them. I don't know why. Is it why straight guys watch lesbian porn? It's like why straight guys watch lesbian porn, same kind of thing. I don't know.
The bear?
Look, I can understand, if you watch gay porn with bears, but I mean, just being attracted to the bears, I don't see that.
I like that look.
Any kind of result.
I like that look either way, whether they're gay or straight. I mean, so it's maybe just an across the board thing for me. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, because the way you said it, I thought you were specifically attracted to
not specifically just
like
that.
No.
So so wait a minute. If I come on camera wearing a bearskin rug or something, you're gonna be.
Oh yes. Then I would queef on demand. Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Oh, Von's gonna go shopping.
Well, now watch this. Somebody's gonna take that out clip and be like, here you go. This is what she said.
Timestamp, send it to Sean.
A field day with this.
He's on Amazon right now.
Yeah.
Just isolate. I would queef on demand.
If you wear a bear suit, I will totally do that shit. Oh my gosh.
Something like, if you crochet, I'll queef on demand. Something like that.
I'm gonna go get Ulfric Stormcloak's outfit because it was a bear outfit. I'm gonna go get that bear outfit. Put it on.
Why don't you take that 10? Why don't you raise some money for a new microphone, Vaughn? Jesus.
Microphone. Trust me, it's not the fucking microphone. It's Google.
Because he needs to save the $10 to expose eHarmony. There are more important things to do right now.
The exposing of eHarmony can wait, man. Get like a mic.
Yeah.
Just $10. That's all I need. $10. I mean,
you could probably find $10 by taking some of the time. If you're sitting in here for an hour, you could probably go find $10 worth of cans and return them and get the $10.
Or just like bag on the street. I mean, you can get $10 easy.
No, you need the whole back of a pickup truck full of cans in order to get $10. Unfortunately.
I'm in Oregon, so it's like what, 10 cents a can?
Aluminum has dropped in price. It ain't worth what it used to be. You would literally need the whole back of a pickup truck full of cans in order to just get. It's not even worth it.
What other things could you do for $10?
You literally spend more in gasoline going to the dump with your aluminum than you get back out of it. So it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all.
You could go to a pawn shop and drop something for $10, I'm sure.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have one. The nearest one's in Manchester, so.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Then I guess your dream of wearing the bear suit is not going to happen.
Not going to happen, apparently. Yeah. That's what
It's your dream of exposing eHarmony for the fucking chill website that it is. Fucking been dashed.
Hey, man, but you know what? In all truthfulness, I'm doing
yeah, the robot. Oh, stop it, Vaughn.
Come on, I'm doing a service. I mean, how many people get hoodwinked by these companies every
I mean,
All right, now your microphone's messed up.
Yeah. You done hurt his feelings now.
I'll be back.
Wow.
He's a stockholder. That's what it is. He's a stockholder.
In eHarmony? Tom is?
Yeah, of course. Why would he get?
Is Tom eHarmony? Are you the doctor on the beginning of eHarmony that with the glasses? That's like I
No,
developed
as far
this
as I would never
whatever system.
I would never give eHarmony any money. I mean, don't they?
Mm.
From what I know, I thought that was like the Christian sort of dating match.com.
That's Christian Mingle. There's Christian Mingle.
Yeah, you're thinking Christian.
No, eHarmony is like when you're old and you have kids and you are looking for a long-term relationship. That's what you do. You want
I just from what I knew.
If you're none of the things, you don't.
But Christians would choose that one over other ones. I mean, no one's going to Christian Mingle, right?
Probably.
I mean, that's not happening.
Well, Christians are.
eHarmony
Christians are apparently.
is for women who are past their childbirthing years of the age of 35 and up. That's eHarmony.
That would be me. Mm-hmm.
I'm
not on eHarmony.
I have the kids, and now it's time to find somebody.
Okay, dude, refresh. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, Tom came back.
Yeah, I don't know. Like a singles night at the church always sounds like a trap to me.
It is. It is. We used to have a college and career group. They called it a college and career group, which is basically single young adults is basically what it was. So. Which is weirdly, like, you are discriminated against in a weird roundabout way if you're single and don't want to know within Christianity. Like,
I wouldn't say discriminated against. I think what it is, you're kind of looked down upon because you're not married. And
yes, exactly. You're looked down on. It's like you could not possibly be a quote unquote normal person. Well, even males, I think that because I have friends that just didn't want kids. Period.
It's the guys too. Trust me, it's the guys too.
Yeah, but I think the girls even more so because it's like basically that's your goal in life. That's what all you're supposed to do is have kids. So what's wrong with you that you don't want them and you don't want to get married and start pushing out the babies?
This is exactly what they say, B. This is exactly what they say because I get said too. I get it said too. They say you need to get in church and you need to find you a good Christian woman, Bob. And I'm like, yeah, okay, no, it's not what It's not what I'm interested in, but that's what they keep saying. They say it over.
You're not interested in a good Christian woman, Vaughn?
No,
Why not?
I'm not.
What are you looking for?
I'm not Christian. I'm pagan.
What? I didn't know that.
Been pagan for years. Where you been, B?
I don't know. Last time I talked to you, you were a vampire. That's all I remember.
Oh, well, that's the nice part about me.
That's what?
That's the good part about me. That's the good part about me.
Well, vampires aren't necessarily bad. Like, I've always thought vampires were cool. Like, if you're talking like the underworld, werewolves versus vampires, I always like vampires better.
Fine, you got a live one. Play your cards right.
Yep, there you go. Gotta beat him up with a stick, damn it! I gotta beat him up with a stick. No, well, if you're into that sort of thing, if you're into Otherworld, then you've got to be a friend of mine because I love that movie. That is an awesome movie.
I like Kate Beckinsale. She's freaking hot.
She's an awesome movie, I gotta say. I like that movie a lot.
Yeah. Well. So Tom, how did you end up on watching the girl that could queef on demand? Like, was that just a random search, or is that something that you're constantly Googling?
Someone sent me a message with the very last page of like the people sorted by viewers because they thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
So I found her on that on the last page. But she's not like she seemed like a decent girl. She probably just started or something, but.
Well, what? What's wrong with queefing? You're like saying that like that's a like that's a bad thing? I mean, you're like automatically judging her. Just kidding.
I mean, it's just so weird. I mean,
It's the idea of being able to do it on demand. That's what it is.
I used to have a friend that could burp the entire alphabet, so it's kind of similar.
Yeah, but I mean, there's different mechanisms involved. Like usually, queefing indicates like something being compacted, like air. And you know, it's just kind of strange.
That's true. It does usually involve some kind of a different kind of movement. That's true. Well, I don't know.
Compacting. Okay.
It's like it's a totally different mechanism of action. You know, it's
That's something that's compacted instead of impacted. Is that what you mean?
Well, yeah.
Look, I don't fucking know what I mean.
I don't know.
Usually, because usually if you're impacted, you need to go to the emergency room and get that shit fixed, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's if you've got an impacted colon. I don't know about impacted vaginas.
Impacted colon.
Nevin, you should do that to your slaves. I can't think of anything more like humiliating. I mean, like
what? Impact their colon?
No, like
Sorry, what exactly?
to like queef on them.
I don't actually see any slaves in person, and I can guarantee what I make them do is far more humiliating anyways. And it doesn't involve me being humiliated in the process.
Right. No, I was looking on your Twitter the other day, Nevin. I was like, holy shit, that's some hardcore stuff. I don't know.
There's not really much. I mean, she has clothes on too. She's not doing.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Well, it's not about what I'm doing that's hardcore.
No, it's
obviously nothing about that. I'm literally doing the exact same thing that I do in these hangouts.
Right.
It's about what I'm making them do. That's fucking
like, how
weird.
did you get into the like? If I mean, you don't have to talk about it on here.
Let's direct her to the FAQ.
Do you have an FAQ? I'll read it. I have an
FAQ
origin story.
Video, technically. Well, there's two now, actually.
I'll watch it.
But it's not exactly. Well, it kind of is a FAQ video. Here, hold on.
Because I mean, like the whole thing within the kink fetish community, it's like I get that I don't think that people like come into it like with this very specific thing that they are doing or that they want, you know. But it seems like people get to like a very niche kind of.
Yeah, I found it accidentally.
Eventually.
Essentially.
Right, and then some people it depends on, you know, which side of it you're on. But like I have friends that are. Like would probably be like one of your like more of one of the people that would be one of your clients or whatever you call them, like, and like he and I have had discussions and I'm like I really don't get it, but you know it works for him and it's like it's just something that I don't necessarily understand the psychology behind it. It's kind of fascinating to me on one level.
Yeah, I found it totally on accident.
Even if I wanted that, it would just seem like I couldn't do it with a straight face. I mean, it would take a while to.
Right. See, some of the stuff to me is so specific. I just don't understand how it got that specific.
If I had the money for it, I think I'd hire a man to be a gimp, and he wouldn't do anything. He'd just be chained somewhere just to freak out visitors.
Cream and balloons and clown faces and midget. Like that's not what happened. It was a progression of things, right? So
yeah, I think we missed like half of that story right there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
here I am thinking like I want to hire like a chauffeur. Like I don't want to drive anymore. Just like have somebody drive me around.
Is that better? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hire a gimp, your chauffeur, and chain him to the wheel.
Am I still cutting out? Or do I need to restart?
No,
You sound fine to me.
Okay. Well, I was just saying that like it seems like people you don't have like. I understand like how maybe it seems like to me there could be like an imprinting thing, like maybe the first arousal that you have could imprint certain things in your memory. That makes sense to me. I don't know how scientific that is, but it doesn't seem like people like the first time they get sexually aroused, they're like, I want, you know, balloons and clowns and stepping on puppies and stuff like that. That's not how it works. It's like a progression of things, but that's what kind of fascinates me is talking to people and figuring out how they figured out how specific their fetish is. You know, that kind of thing is pretty
I
interesting.
think a good way
Are you
to
saying that sex is the gateway drug to BDSM?
Here's a.
I think sex is an awesome topic across the
a
board.
good
So
way
I
to
don't know
tell
what it is.
whether or not.
How we
Uh,
got here.
sorry.
Considering that's how we got here, yes,
That's
it is
true.
an awesome topic.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
A link where I essentially answer a bunch of questions.
Okay, cool. I'll look at it. And
It's timestamped to like where I start talking.
The
What?
older the person gets, is it more specified than from maybe a young person? Like, would an old person be like, I want balloons, rabbits,
Right.
whatever? Whereas a
Well,
young
just like
person,
with like all sexual taste, right? It becomes like you experiment more when you have less experience, and as you get more and more experience, you realize what you don't like and what you do like, and then
Right.
there's no need to experiment with a bunch of stuff you know you probably don't like, and you just sort of stick to what you like, you know?
Right. That's kind of what I've gathered. But I mean, the thing for me is that, like, you know, being the age that I am and having never experimented at all up until like about a year ago, it's like, oh well, I'm behind the curve, you know, age-wise, but you know,
Yeah.
so yeah.
B's
I don't.
B's doing a lot of
I-
catch up right now.
I am, which is why people are like, oh, you're so, you know, they're like, oh, you look like different every time I see you. You're having a crisis, a midlife crisis. I'm like, yeah, get over it. I am. So what? You know, I just blame religion and all that shit that made me think I had to be a certain way for a long time. So, you know, but it's like,
I
go ahead.
I had this weird thing happen when I was about 20. So I was going out with like a young teacher, right?
Growing up with what?
With a young teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, eventually, you know, it's like third date, we get into bed, and she becomes like this entirely different person. She's like as we're going out, she's like, hit me. And I'm like, what? Hit me? I'm like, okay, fine. I'll give her like a slap, you know? She's like, no, hit me. I'm like,
Wait, no, this was somebody
what?
you're having sex with or a teacher?
Yeah. No, someone I was,
Oh.
like, I was out of school at the time. She just happened to be a teacher.
Oh, I thought you meant in school. A teacher was saying this.
No.
What is going on? What school do you go to?
I just mentioned that to the teacher because it was, I mean, she's demanding that I literally punch her in the face.
Right, yeah.
And I'm like, what?
Sorry.
And she's like, no, hit me. And I'm like, fine.
Right.
And then, so, you know, I give her like a good punch, and she's like, oh, yeah, that's it. I'm like, and I'm just thinking, this bitch is fucking crazy.
Yeah, but the crazy ones are the most fun, I think.
Yeah, but that's not too crazy for me because I mean, you know, I'm involved in a sexual relationship with this woman who is getting bruises on her face. Like that doesn't do well for me.
True. On the face can be a problem. Yeah.
If you just slap her, if you just slap a girl the right way in the face, the right
that's what
spot,
I did. That wasn't enough for her. She demanded that I actually punch.
You'll make her nose just start bleeding like a faucet.
I have not done that.
It reminds me of that movie, Her, the scene where he's like having the phone sex with that girl on the internet, and like she's talking about like the dead cat and shit.
Yeah, I got the fuck out of there as quickly as I could. Like, at one point I just said I had to use the bathroom, and then I fucking bolted.
What? Are you serious?
You should have
that's
taken
the
it as
thing,
a challenge,
like,
Albatross.
See, that was
out of there.
That was the opposite of like, yeah. I was probably the girl in that scenario most of the time. I'm like, no, come on, dude. Oh, you know. And then you're like, okay, great, that was awesome. Thanks a lot. Never
But doesn't that make you mad, Albatross? Where she's like, no, hit me harder. It's just like she's insinuating that like, you know, she can take
hit like a girl.
damage.
It's not like I gave her like a full force blow or anything.
Well, you
That didn't bother me at all. It was the fact that, you know,
that's funny.
She's got to go to school the next day with a fucking black eye, and I'm just like,
yeah,
no,
it's clearly what you wanted.
Should have made her think twice about asking for
with
that.
this shit. I don't care if she wants it. This is not what I want. Go away.
I gotta restart my computer. I'll be right back.
Look, I have a big policy of not sticking my dick in crazy, and I feel like that was violating that policy if I continued to do that.
Fair enough.
Fair enough, I guess.
Because think about it, all she needs to do is like go to the police the next day, and I'm in big shit. You know, who they gonna believe? The guy who hit her, or her?
I guess that's kind of a decent point if you don't really know her that well.
Exactly.
Of course, I don't think I've ever heard of a defense saying she told me to.
If it came to it,
She was
I mean,
asking
I'm
for
sure
it, Your Honor.
could write up some sort of rudimentary document, and that way you know.
Oh yeah, look, you could probably write do some kind of contract or something like that, but you know, without anything in writing, you know, if she turns out to be a fucking psycho and goes to the police about it, then you're pretty much fucked.
Yeah.
Having a pre-written contract seems like the least sexy thing possible.
Yeah, I might kill it.
Oh yeah,
Or it
baby, you
could be
signed
like
that contract. Sign it harder. Oh yeah.
I mean, like, I mean, if she was if that's what she wanted, that would be, like, it'd probably be a turn on. Like, this is, like, you know, you're going through any sort of legal entanglements, and you're talking about it. The whole document is basically discussing how you're just going to beat the shit out of her. I mean, I don't see, she probably...
Are you aroused by punching women in the face?
No.
I don't know. It
especially-
can be hot. I don't know. If like that's what she's into, then that's what she's into, right?
Are you talking
Well,
like
what if you
yeah,
like
look,
broke her
yeah.
nose or knocked out her teeth or something? Then she'd be
Well,
all
she
gross
asked
looking.
for it. That's
I
what
know,
she
but then she'd
wanted.
look all gross. Like, what would be? the
Well,
point?
then it's not someone you're in a relationship with. It sounded like a one-night stand anyway. So
You could beat
Yeah,
her
well,
up
I don't
without
think I
disfiguring
could have
her.
sex with somebody whose face was bleeding everywhere.
well, some people are also into that, right? So blood play. Come on.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
look,
not for me.
as soon as you like punch her or slap her and she starts bleeding, she's gonna be out. I mean, she's not gonna want it anymore. She thinks she does, but she won't.
I missed part of the conversation.
And people think I'm the crazy one? Really? Really? I mean, come on.
a different crazy?
I'm just
Yeah,
a
you
different
get-
type
you
of
get
crazy.
different
Okay. Hey, I look like Jesus, all right? What do you want from me, man? I mean, seriously, you know?
You're white Jesus. White power Jesus.
Yeah, I'm a white power Jesus. There you go.
Jesus was
look
white.
like
What kind of silly
Oh,
comment
white
is that?
power Jesus. No, actually, I'm your own personal Jesus. That's how the song.
Whoa, who sings that?
Depeche Mode.
Depeche Mode. There you go.
Johnny Cash.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of like REM, "Losing My Religion." I don't know why that's what I was thinking.
That song is written about phone sex, actually.
That one was "Losing My Religion."
Personal Jesus by Depeche Mode.
Well, the song I'm referring to is by Johnny Cash.
Well, I'm referring to a far superior song written by Dave Gahan of Depeche Mode.
Superior? I wouldn't say that.
Do you know riding in the car with my best friend? Do you know what that's about, Nevin?
Heroin.
Oh, very good.
I don't even know what that song is.
Very familiar with Depeche Mode.
Yeah, my friends were all into it. Like in high school, they were all super into it. Like, I mean,
Yeah, I saw them like 3 years ago at the Staples Center. They were fucking amazing.
I don't even. What else do they sing?
Enjoy the Silence.
I feel like I should know that.
Policy of Truth.
Okay, now I know that one. Policy of Truth. Yeah, I got it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
They were like
that's
the best
more
band to
80s
come out of the
music.
80s, I would say.
Yeah, that's more like I was born in the 80s, but that was not the music that I listened to. I was 90s music, so like Salt and Pepper and Alanis Morissette and that kind of stuff.
I'm supposed to be seeing Duran Duran on the 29th of this month. Pretty excited about that.
I don't even. What does Duran Duran sing?
Rio.
Girls on Film. Girls on Film.
Hungry Like the Wolf.
Rio, Girls on Film, Hungry Like the Wolf, yeah.
Oh, hungry like the wolf. There you go. You know that one. Okay. Yeah. Like there's on the 25th of August, there's the I Love the 90s tour here. That's like Salt and Pepper and Vanilla Ice and Color Me Bad and All for One and all those 90s. But it's like $60 for a ticket, and I'm not so into paying that much if I just want to see Salt and Pepper.
Just wait until like the day of, and then go on Craigslist.
Or because it's at the botanical garden, so I might just like be really cheap and go
Or
stand
you can
outside
sneak
and listen
in.
to-
I find outdoor shows are really easy to sneak into.
Right. Yeah. Well, my boyfriend actually is a stagehand, so like he's like, well, if I'm working that show, then I could just like give you a T-shirt and you can pretend you're lifting shit. And I'm like, all right, that works.
Yeah,
I'll
I've
do that.
jumped many fences into
Right.
outdoor shows. Quite easy.
Have you heard the Depeche Mode "Enjoy the Silence" remix?
Remix? Which
I mean,
remix?
I mean, there's tons of them, but like,
Yeah, I know.
there's one that's like really popular. It's got like
I
a
probably
video,
have.
too.
Depeche Mode is one of my like all-time favorite
I mean,
bands.
it's like saying like, oh, did you hear that Nine Inch Nails remix? It's like there's like dozens of them, right? And like half of them come from Trent too. Let's see.
And I've got that song in my head. Thanks. Bon Jovi. I like Bon Jovi a lot.
Oh.
Really? Oh.
He's a
There's
cheesy.
a
Far too cheesy for my.
It is, but it's so cheesy 80s butt rock. Like the big hair, I dig it. Like there was when I was at karaoke a couple weeks ago, there was a guy that had a shirt that said Ron Jovi, and I'm like, oh, that's so funny. Like ironically making me laugh, and so he was like my best friend that night.
I put in the external.
Oh, B, do you have that Shmuel app, that SingStar thing?
I
think
have.
we talked about it before, but
I've had it off and on, but like
we should do some sweet duets together.
We should. Absolutely.
I'm on there every single day for like.
Do you do the Shmuel one? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute.
I Shmuel it up every day. I have the VIP. I pay
Do
for
you?
that
You
shit
have the
every
VIP
month.
pass?
Oh
Okay.
yeah. I go
Sing
hard
Snap?
with that thing.
Wait, Nevin, you're on Sing Snap? Really?
I'm on what?
You're on Sing Snap?
I do have a SingSnap account as well, but I'm talking about Sing by the Shmuel app on Android. But yeah,
I'm gonna get it. I'm
Well, I
getting it
didn't
right
know
now.
that.
I've had it before, and I've done some stuff with people, and I'm like, that was fucking awesome, and you didn't even like it, so screw
I'm
you.
a karaoke all-star, Vaughn. I'm surprised you weren't aware of this.
Karaoke.
I know. Well,
I knew you did, Vaughn. I've seen you do karaoke.
Do you think you can
before.
beat Simon?
Simon who?
Tom Jones. Tom
Oh,
Jones. Simon.
fuck yeah. He's got nothing on me.
Oh, crap. Okay, so what is your go-to songs, Nevin? I have to restart my phone here to get.
Well, my go-to songs at real karaoke is Total Eclipse of the Heart.
All right, I do Heart. I like Heart.
Like Journey, Don't Stop Believin'. But then there's Salt and Pepper, Shoop. That's like
A lot of Cranberries. Kiss Me.
Natalie Imbruglia, Torn. That's fucking great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, see, so like the very first song I did at karaoke was Salt and Pepper, None of Your Business. That was the first one I did because that's like
and the
that is
Sunshine Band.
But on the Shmuel app, I do, those are my go-to karaoke songs. Yeah, download that shit and add me. And then any song, if you don't want to pay for VIP, any song you actually want to sing, just send me a message and I can get it. I'll do half the duet and then you can join it. And then that way you don't have to pay for
do you do like Les Miserables? Like some of the Les Miserables songs
I really hate show tunes. I hate I'm not into like Broadway show tunes, none of that shit. Unless it's from Joseph.
What about like
Technicolor Dreamcoat? Then I can swing that.
I haven't seen that. Okay, Okay, I'm downloading it right now. You're gonna tell me what your username is.
Okay, I'll send you a private message.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
No. I'm not kidding either. Just don't. I'm trusting you that you'll keep my username on the DL.
So we don't have. Okay.
I don't want to have any stalkers blowing up my hot singles.
Doxing your Shmuel account.
My Shmuel. That's okay. Actually.
They're going for your karaoke, run and hide.
It's not the worst thing on.
Somehow I just don't see people going after your karaoke, man.
Yeah, you'd be surprised what people go after.
I don't know. I think the fun thing about karaoke for me is like going and meeting people, and people look a certain way, and you like kind of assume the kind of songs that they're gonna do.
Yeah, and then you get.
And then when they totally blow your mind, I'm like, that's so cool. I love that.
You guys should start your own girl band.
We should.
You You should
Okay,
name it
so
Just
here's
call
my
it Queef.
username, and send me yours or add me or whatever, and then I'll be back.
You should name your band Queef on Demand.
Queef on Demand. Oh my god.
It could be QOD, and it could be Queef on Demand.
There you go. QOD.
That's pretty awesome. And we'll have our first cover will be the rabbit that you have on your avatar, Tom. Just
yeah, that's it.
The first cover. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I've done this before. Okay, I guess I could go.
It's a really fucking good app. Like, I've downloaded every single karaoke app for Android, but this one, and it keeps improving. Like, they keep doing updates to it. It's really good. Oh,
Well,
and I'll
there
send
was
you a
another-
message as soon as you follow me with this amazing guy. You're like, oh my gosh. He's like the most amazing singer ever, and yeah, you'll just, wow.
See, I already have my Facebook. I've already gone in here, so I have to like just add you, I'm assuming. How do I do this? Okay, I'm gonna add you. Let's see. Facebook. Crap. I've had VIP before, but it's kind of.
I don't mind. I think it's only like, what is it, like $3.99 a month or something?
Yeah,
it's really worth it for me for the amount of time I actually spend on this app, which is a lot. Like, if you go to my the channel, I have like 199 recent recordings.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. See, like I did stuff with people, and I'm like, man, that was really good. And you're like, because I get really particular about my rap stuff, and I'm like, some people that are just stupid, I'm like, that sucked, and you got a bunch of the hearts,
I know.
And I don't like it, and it irritates me, so I don't do it. I don't want push. Okay, the invites. How do I find you?
I don't know. How do I find you? Hold on.
Just go to Dio's Facebook, and then he's friends with everybody. So just like,
he's not friends with me.
I'm not friends with Dio.
Fuck no. Oh, here, you go to the feed. So you go to the far left, the 2-person icon.
Okay.
Feed, and then up at the top it says there's a little plus, and then you click that, and then.
Oh, I think I found you. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Next. Okay, we'll see if I'm gonna try to send that.
Okay.
Did you get something?
Shit.
Did you just follow me? Is that what just happened?
I just did, and I sent a message too. So
okay. Okay, I'll check my messages.
That's me.
What the fuck?
I think it's you.
Oh yeah. Okay, got it.
That's me. It's just a different picture. So.
Okay, following you.
Hey,
Okay,
B,
got it.
I'm curious, B. Which one? First of all, I didn't even know you knew I sang karaoke, and second of all, which one of my karaoke songs do you actually like?
I saw you when you were on Good Mythical Morning. That was
Oh my God! Everybody sees me over there.
Well, because you know what? The funny thing is that my boyfriend loves that show, and I can't remember who it was. I was in this room a while ago, and somebody's like, Von Helton was on there, and I was like, what? The only reason I know what that show is because he watches it all the time. And so the other day I said, well, apparently a guy that I talked to on here is on there, and so we watched it. That was the first time I knew anything about it. So.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay.
I love Rhett and Link, though. I like. Which one is the one with the glasses? That's the one that I kind of crush on a little bit. He's kind of nerdy.
Link is the one with
Link.
the thing.
Link is kind of cute. Like, they're both kind of cute, but Rhett annoys me sometimes. So Link, I like a lot.
Well, they told me to reach out to him. I reached out to him. They never got back to me. So I don't know what that's all about. But
You should do some karaoke with them.
I reached out to them. They never got back to me. So oh well. Oh well.
The latest thing that I thought was hilarious was when they did the Mad Gabs game with the mouth guard thing in. Oh my gosh, I was cracking up.
They were talking about meat falling out of the sky last night, and I don't know what.
Oh really?
Yeah, I didn't stick around.
I don't usually Usually it's like my boyfriend will be like, "Did you see the whatever?" I'm like, "Nope, I don't watch. I don't keep up on those things." But okay.
Is there a particular karaoke song I've done that you do like?
I don't remember. No, I just remember being like, "Dude, I know this person." Wow, that was all that I remember.
Yeah. One of my friends, Candy Rain, she's like, "Do you know you're on Rhett and Link?" I'm like, "Who the fuck is Rhett and Link?" I had no idea who the hell that was. She's like, yeah, man, you're on Red Lake. I'm like, I don't know who the hell that is.
Yeah, no. It was
well,
like when I was listening to the Thinking Atheist, and they were talking about Nephilim Free, and I'm like, dude, I've talked to that person before. That guy's kind of crazy, but you know.
It's a small, small world after all, right?
Exactly. Okay, Nevin. Oh, Nevin went somewhere. I don't know any of these songs, Nevin. I can't sing anything with you because
I sent you a link with like this like really amazing guy that
I saw that, but I'm looking at the songs that you have in there. Long December, I kind of know that one.
Well, send me like a little private message on here with whatever song like you want to do, and I will just start it, and then we can go.
Funny. Okay, all right. I will do that.
If you're like whatever, I'm down with rap. I can do rap music.
Well, Shoop. Actually, the other night I did Shoop because there was a guy there at the karaoke bar that knew the guy part for the first time. Usually I have to do the entire thing.
That's the worst part of that song.
Exhausting. Yeah. Well, and it's not hard. It's not bad, but it's like when you have to do. That's a lot of exertion to do all those words for the entire thing.
I'll start it right now. It'll be done in like 4 minutes.
I have to be Pepper though because Pepper's like.
Oh, which one's that? Is that first verse or second verse?
Let's see. I think
the second verse.
I think Pepper's the first one. I think.
Really?
You saw. Look around. Yeah, I think I think Pepper's the first verse. So.
Okay.
Like, does that mean I need to start it?
No. You can start with anything you want. So I'll do that.
Okay.
BRB.
All right. Go for it.
Oh, fucking hell.
Anyway, so Tom, what do you do for karaoke?
I don't.
You don't? Why? I think everybody should do karaoke.
You don't
like
karaoke?
It's too emasculating.
It's too emasculating? Well, like what? Why?
I just don't. It's an arbitrary threshold that I don't want to cross.
Well, I'm glad that you can say arbitrary threshold. Then I can respect it.
Yeah.
It is actually kind of exciting to go up there and like sing, and then everyone's like, you kind of feel this anxiety, and then it just goes away.
Absolutely. Like I'm totally about like up until about maybe a year and a half ago, I was like I shouldn't want to be the center of attention. I shouldn't want to perform or whatever. And I'm like, fuck it. I love it. I love going up and being like, everybody, even if I make an idiot of myself, it happens. You know. It's
you
fun.
just gotta get kind of hammered, then it's fine.
You do. That's what I usually tell people. It's like, because if you ask people, you say, do you like karaoke? Do you want to do karaoke? And if they hesitate, you're like, okay, that just means that you need more alcohol. That's what it is. You need more alcohol because you want to do it, but you can't yet because you haven't let go of whatever inhibition it is. So.
I think everyone does want to do it. They just, those inhibitions. No.
Some people don't. Like, I've talked to people that are like, nope, I have no desire to do it. I do not want to get in front of people. And that's like, okay, that's your deal. That's cool. But there's a lot of people that come and they need, and by the end of the night, everybody else is drunk. They're drunk. Nobody remembers it. Who cares? It's a very good test situation to kind of feel out what how it works.
Yeah, so. 7 out of 10 times no one's even really listening to you anyways.
No. Like, I've had times where I've totally bombed, absolutely, like, ridiculously bombed, but nobody remembers it the next day, so I just don't talk about it, so.
They all remember.
They probably do, and they're judging me, but.
No, there has been a couple that were really bad, and I do remember them, but it's not like I interact with those people, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I remember times that I totally bombed, like, actually, like, last weekend, which is not my fault, because they did it in the wrong key. Because when you do, sometimes in karaoke, they do it in a certain key, and you have to tell them to change it. And I was like, this is not okay. But it was like 1:30 in the morning. Everybody's drunk. Everybody's going home. So it's like, whatever. I'll try it again next week. We'll see what happens. But that's how it works.
I tried to do, I forget what it was, but I know when I was doing it, I was out of breath. I'm like, wait a minute, because last time, it's a song I could kind of like sing off the top of my head, just by myself. It's not a big deal. But when I went up there, I guess I just been slacking on my cardio and I couldn't keep up. So that's when I had to.
What song was that?
I forget it was a rap song. Yeah.
They're like, I've been very surprised when I've done rap stuff how much breath control and like if you added that on top of dancing, that's a lot of, there's a certain amount of physicality that goes with it that I did not even understand until I actually tried to do it. Because like you can do it like in your shower or whatever, but performing it in front of people, there's the adrenaline and all the stuff that's going on. It's not easy. So there's a certain amount of practice that needs to go into it, I think, for a lot of people, for me at least. So, what rap do you do? Now I'm interested.
No, I just do like 90s rap.
Like what?
Informer.
Like
Snow.
Notorious Thugs. I like that song a lot. That's hard because it's got like 5 different or 4 different styles of rapping in it.
It's a little bit of Warren G.
Do you remember the song that was like a Warren G, Snoop Dogg kind of like, it was actually a remake of another song that was like, it ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. It was like a bunch of different rappers, and it was horribly dirty and bad, but for some reason I knew it when I was in high school. Bye, Holly.
Yeah, that says a lot about your high school. That says a lot about your high school, doesn't it?
No, it says a lot about the kind of mindset that I was, mostly.
That too.
It was like, I know Warren G was in that, Snoop Dogg was in it, Corrupt.
B's acting out right now. She'll be over it in a couple of years.
I am, actually. Are you going to tell me that I'm annoying right now, Tom? Am I annoying you?
No one's trying to have a conversation, really.
No, sorry.
Are you still mad about that, B?
I am, because you were being very bossy, and it kind of irritated me. I'm just being honest.
I respect that.
Okay.
I mean, no one's gonna tell you like, B, shut up right now, because there's nothing that's happening. Like there was a pretty intense conversation going on that had been building up for quite a long time, and you were interjecting.
Which
quite
one?
often.
Are you talking about the time when I was in there talking to Justin before you and Hal came in and were like, basically, hey, let's handle this and do all the shit that should have been done before we got in here? And I was like, wait a second. I was having a conversation. Is that the hangout you're talking about?
It was me, Justin, Bucks,
exactly,
and
right.
Iron.
Like, I was having a conversation before you guys came in, and you were like, hey, I'm going to come in here with my man penis and drop it down and tell you guys what needs to happen. And I was like, wait, I was having a conversation, and I didn't necessarily need your help all that much, so from my perspective, that's what was going on.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't there.
It wasn't there?
I'd remember if I was there for something like that.
No, you weren't.
I mean, look, we just asked you to, like, let certain dialogue happen. It's not like we, said, hey, monkey, fucking jump, or hey, like, fucking queef when I demand it.
Well, if we're thinking about the same one, it was like where I had been talking to Justin for a while. No, maybe I'm thinking about Joshua. I'm thinking of Joshua. Something else is what I'm thinking of. Where I had been having a conversation with him, and then a couple people jumped in, and I'm like, whatever, go for it. Do what you got to do. I don't know.
But
I'm not saying that I'm not annoying. I am annoying at some points, especially if I've been smoking, because then I'm like, everybody needs to love each other, and we should all get along. That's
it's like I think you were. I mean, you said that you weren't high, but like I don't believe you.
If I say I'm not high, I usually am.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm totally not high right now. That's usually.
And when I said that, Ermine was like, "Dude, that's so not cool to ask her that." I was like, "Dude, I know she's high. Come on, man. Let's be real here."
Yeah, probably. I probably was. But yeah. Anyway.
I remember that song. It was
Which one?
It was Miss Jackson from Outkast. I remember because I was like,
Miss Jackson. I like that song. I am for real. I haven't heard that one for a while. Never meant to make your daughter cry. That makes me feel old. All these songs make me feel old. Okay, James, whatever your name is, James Bond, whatever. You've been under another name, I'm assuming, at some point. Your voice sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I've always been James Bond. I had to make 4 different accounts because Annabelle blocked me. But
Really?
yeah, so I was.
Funny how that seems to be a common occurrence for a lot of people.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
what I'm
it does.
thinking.
That
Anyway.
has happened to me. Out of the people that have banned me, Annabelle's the only one. So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I would have
Well,
banned you that
back
night.
to that island of misfits.
Well, that night maybe, but that was not. I mean, I still have never had a conversation with her that would tell me why it was that she does not like me, intensely does not like me, and will not come in a chat when I'm in here, and will leave within 5 seconds when I get in here. It's kind of funny sometimes, but whatever.
It's probably because you're young and attractive.
Because what?
You're young and attractive, and she's old
I'm
and
young.
wretched.
I'm younger than her. Maybe that would be. I don't know that. Annabelle's not a bad-looking person. Hi, Nevin. You're back.
She's the same way towards Nevin, and basically any other girl that.
Well,
she thinks
I've
kind of
talked
like
to Nevin
edges
about
on
that
the
before.
competition.
That it's like wait, where it was like the one commonality that we had from the beginning was that we had been banned by her. It's kind of I don't understand it, but whatever. Because it's never been explained to me by her ever, so I have no idea why it is that she doesn't like me.
There's a
really.
reason for everything.
Sure. A season to everything, turn, whatever.
Turn. That's right. In time to every purpose under heaven.
Under heaven.
Look, Nevin, just like stay in or get out. Make up your mind.
Yeah, come on.
Yep.
Nevin, commit.
Yep.
Commit.
Yep. A tube of super glue for Nevin there.
I do have to pee, though, so I will be right back. Hold on.
I gotta go. I gotta get my kids ready for school here in a few hours, so I've gotta get out of here.
I haven't heard you, Nevin. I'll be right back. I gotta pee, though.
He left of his own accord, Nadia.
Vaughn's actually been pretty easy to get along with recently, though.
You just have to talk about nothing that is intrinsically Vaughn. Why do you get banned from the live chat so much?
Well, it started when I think Annabelle said something about Palm Jam, then she banned Palm Jam. And
You
then,
made some sort of criticism. It was not
yeah,
well received. Right?
Well, no, I just asked why'd you do it because Vane was asking her, and I'm like, and then she blocked Vane. I'm like, wait, why'd you block Vane and Palm Jam? And then when I questioned her about it, she just blocked me, and I'm like, wait, what? And ever since then, I just been saying bad things about her, I guess.
Okay, mic check. What? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank God. Okay. Fucking hell.
I have a question. If you're a dominatrix or whatever, do you get like the first day jitters as like everyone else does for their first day job? Like, was I mean enough or?
First day jitters.
Yeah, like.
Well, I'm self-employed, so it's like.
Are there any like?
If
Oh,
I
I
didn't
wish.
feel comfortable doing something, I wouldn't do it, right? It's like.
So there's no real anxiety.
No.
It's not even in
really-
person, is it?
No, it's not.
Oh, wow. That's...
No, there's no jitters. There's very, very, very few times I felt uncomfortable.
There's no self-doubt or self-reflection of your performance afterwards.
No. Well, if anything, there's like self-reflection, and it's like, fuck, I'm awesome.
It's funny coming from a sub.
What? I'm not a sub.
I'm not a sub. I don't
cool,
lie
it's
now.
alright.
And when I say I'm a switch, I've literally only been a sub or in a submissive position one relationship. So out of all of the relationships I've ever had, it's like on 90%.
That one time.
Sure.
Don't assume, since it was once.
I got you, Nevin. You're down.
I'm not even claiming that like I'm a lifestyle. Like that's not even what I'm claiming. Shut the fuck up, Tom.
Just because. Hey, Nevin, where's Mama?
Why are you asking me? Why would I know?
Well,
I don't
because you two were like a pair for a while, like not a mated pair, but like
yeah,
wherever he
he's
was.
just like taking some time, you know,
He's just
to
taking
do
some
do
time.
some mama stuff.
Yeah, he's taking some time. He's hanging out in the Flat Earth Channel 24/7.
Shit.
He's in there like all day.
Of course, you people are stupid. Here's a report. Here's another report.
Yeah, he's just He's reading his reports.
Flat Earthers.
Let's take a minute and unpack this. Let's go through it. Shut up, cunt. Shut up, Muppet. Shut up, cunt.
Oh,
Let's go through it again.
Just hammering away.
No. It's not it at all.
Fuck. Yeah, I think if like given a few years and some you know, traveling and stuff, I think he'll be a lot more bearable, or like when in an argument, you know. He's very, very smart, right? But I think his lack of sort of, yeah, he's not well traveled. He hasn't really experienced much outside of his very sort of narrow, you know, worldview, whatever that he has, right?
He never backs down, right?
No, and he doesn't, and he'll never admit he's wrong, and you know.
Yeah. Well, I think the worst is that he's just so trusting. See, he actually thought that like government agencies don't ever do anything that's like not within, you know, well-defined parameters.
But the FBI says that it never did anything against blacks.
It says right here in the report.
Yeah.
Shut up, cunt.
Shut up, cunt. It's funny though. It's entertaining, you know. Like he did, like I found out I was wrong about a few things from him, and I was like, okay, like that's, you know, that's interesting. That you know.
He'll never see the fruits of my loins.
But yeah, there's certain things that he believes he's, you know, right on. Like for instance, I started talking about what's that? Oh, Common Core, like in school, schools that teach Common Core math and stuff. And he had no idea what it was. And as soon as he like grasped some tiny inkling about what it was, he was like all for Common Core. And I'm like, you don't even fucking know what you're talking about, you know. But if it's like, yeah, if it's a position that's held by like any sort of government agency or whatever, then it's automatically taken as like gospel, right?
Right.
Which is not a good trait to have.
If there's a report about it, right.
It's properly sequenced, and there's evidence in the report.
Well, yeah, he was even arguing with me about that cop shooting where, like, the cop, he was aiming at this mentally retarded kid who was playing with a toy truck, and instead he shot like the kid's like aid worker, and it's like not only should the guy not have pulled out his gun in the first place, but he was also a bad shot. MMA was arguing like, well, you don't know what it's like when you're holding your gun for like 15 seconds and you shoot. Of course, you know, your aim's not going to be as accurate, and it's just like one thing after another, just excuse after excuse after excuse for this fucking cop who never should have pulled his firearm in the first place, let alone never should have shot, let alone should have been a good enough aim to actually shoot the target he shouldn't have been shooting at in the first place. And like, even the police chief like said, yeah, like we've really fucked up, and MMA's there like, well, you know, like, you know, making excuses. It gets to the point of like silliness, you know, in some cases with him.
Silly, silly, silly.
But you know,
Chop cunt.
He's just a young little buck, so. With time, he'll be a much more knowledgeable Muppet.
Meanwhile, Dionysus, like a good cuck, is off licking someone else's wounds.
Okay, what's with Dio lately? Like, I know he was crazy before, but what the fuck has happened to him over the last few
achieving his
weeks?
final form. It's such a
No,
beautiful
but
thing
he's
to
like,
witness.
he fucking lost it, like, completely, if he ever had it to begin with. Like, the shit that he was saying last time I heard him in here, I was just like, are you fucking joking? He was like, fuck, I don't even know what to say about that guy. It was shocking.
I might be lagging. Do I need to restart?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
Let's do a ping test. When you hear me say ping, you say, oh, see, you know you're not lagging.
Okay.
Marco.
Bolo. Yeah. Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah, so I don't know what's happened with fucking Dio lately, but that guy should get his head examined or something.
No, actually, you know, the thing is, like, I think the last conversation that he was in that I had was, I don't know. I don't think that he's necessarily.
He's not in his right mind. That's quite clear.
Exactly. There you go. That and like I don't like people like making fun of people that are.
I'm not. I'm just simply.
No, I'm not saying that you are, but I'm saying like.
Yeah.
That's why I don't. It's like it's one thing to be like interacting with somebody who's like you're an asshole, and they're like you're an asshole, whatever. But when they're like not clicking on the same level, it's a little bit different. And I'm not saying that's what's going on with him necessarily, but there's some things that he was saying last time I talked to him that I was like, wait a second.
What did he say?
Terminal herpaderp.
Oh,
yeah. Why do you guys seem to think that he's going through some sort of mental crisis?
Well, it was like when I was having a conversation with actually Matt Slick once, and we're like having a normal conversation. He's like, "Well, my Christian ufologist," and I'm like, "You're what? You're what? And ufologist? What is that?"
It's because he's taking some very serious medications.
Well, and he would. Oh, are you talking about Dio, not Matt Slick?
It'd be funny if it was Matt Slick, though.
I wouldn't be surprised. But I mean, like, he was like, there's totally one. I said, what is a Christian ufologist? I didn't know a ufologist existed, and that there was a Christian specification for that. That's interesting to me. And then he, like, you can go back on his radio show maybe like a year ago when I called in and talked to him about this, and he was saying that he has this theory about the fact that people that have been abducted by aliens are Wiccan somehow, because when he had some experience, he was not Christian, and that's kind of how it all connects. And there's only like one instance of a Christian being abducted by aliens, and it was different. So like it's somehow these aliens that pretend to be butt raping demons, like demons that pretend to be butt raping aliens. Is kind of the way he was explaining it. Like he did not obviously say it that way, but that was kind of what he was saying. I'm like, what? So these are really demons, but they're pretending to be aliens, but. And your Christian ufologist confirmed this to you. That's basically what he's saying.
Speaking of Matt Slick, I saw that Rachel Slick made the front page.
On Reddit? Rapture. I saw that.
Yeah.
Really? About her post about acid or about LSD?
I'm sorry, what?
A couple days ago, there was something on Reddit that was about her doing psychedelics. Maybe.
Oh, I just saw. It was just like it was just a nude selfie, and it was just like on the front page. So.
Of what?
Reddit.
I'm kind of in love with Rachel Slick, by the way.
Like the front page. She means like you just go to Reddit, and it's like out of all the Reddits, it's like she somehow made it to the front page.
There is no Reddit but Reddit.
Well, no, somebody sent me a link a couple days ago that was her talking about her experience with doing psychedelics. And I thought it was really insightful. Like I would actually love to sit down and talk to her because she seems like a very interesting person. So.
I've talked to her before. She's like come on some like she's in one of the Skype groups, but she's like when she comes on, she oftentimes just listens to things, and she's very like all business because I think she's probably a little self-conscious of like her
dad.
No, like her occupation. It's easy to be sort of dismissed or have some sort of like stereotype about who she is. So she usually talks about pretty down to business about.
She's had debates before on YouTube with some people, like, and she's not stupid. She's not stupid at all. She's very smart. And
Oh, no, she's not stupid at all.
and she, like, you can tell the background that she came from. And she's freaking gorgeous. And yeah, did I say I have a little bit of a crush on her? Maybe I do. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I do. But and I think she's funny. The cam stuff.
She's a goof. It's great.
Right. Yeah, she doesn't take herself all that seriously from what I've seen. So, which is funny coming from the background that she comes from. So.
It seems like a sad story to me.
What?
Just overall that nothing seemed to work out the way that it should have, or anybody wanted it to.
Oh, poor baby Iron.
Things
That wasn't
I don't know what
Iron
that
who was
means.
talking, was it? I thought it
Well,
was.
things often don't work out the way people intend them to work out.
Why is it that so many people have the same sounding voice? James and Iron and Bucks, you all sound the same to me.
I don't know, man. Like, I usually don't talk this way. It's just when I'm here, I stutter. And I kind of mimic people who don't have emotions, I guess. I don't know.
People who don't have emotions. Oh, what does that sound
Yeah,
like?
I'm just white. This is how white people sound.
Oh.
I get accused of not having emotions.
Have you got accused of not having emotions, Nadia?
Living flesh over metal endoskeleton.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hmm.
And welcome, 37.
Hi, 37.
37. That sounds like an incorporated name.
It's Sugar?
No, it's,
What's up, Sugar?
oh yeah, we came over for Brandon.
I'm liking, like, the girl power we've got going on, because we had Holly and her earlier. I'm digging it.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
Well, some respects I might not be the best representation myself, but well, you Sugar and Nevin are here.
Sugar and Nevin and Holly. Well, Holly, I guess. I don't know, 37. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. I
You
didn't
should
hear you
stop
guys
being
well.
so discriminatory against trans people, Nadia.
Oh, what is that?
I said you should try to stop being so discriminatory against trans people. I don't like hearing it. It's not very nice.
Internalized trans misogyny?
Well, something.
Well,
that's for sure.
Wait, internalized trans misogyny. That sounds like something I don't understand.
Well, it's bias against trans women specifically.
Against trans women?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I guess trans men, in some respects, maybe not quite held to as tight a standard.
Like a self-hating gay quarterback.
Well, I haven't noticed a weird kind of, like, you know, coming out, like being bisexual, being that, like, heterosexual people are irritated with you and so are homosexual people on some levels. Like, they're like, you need to pick a freaking side and go with it. So it's like sometimes there's something that I had never been aware of, but like, and I certainly haven't experienced any kind of discrimination. I wouldn't pretend like that was what was going on, but I've had conversations with people where they're like, well, you're not really bisexual because you're not XYZ, and I'm like, well, thank you for telling me what I am at this point. You know, it's like, I think people get shit from all different sides depending on where they are, you know, so that's me relating to what we're talking about.
You just gotta get it out of your system, B. Then you'll go back to dick.
I'll go back to that. Well, see, exactly, the same kind of thing. Like, or people that have told me, well, the fact that you don't have a girlfriend right now means that you're not really bisexual. You're just one of those college girls that likes to get drunk and kiss other girls. And I'm like, thank you for that analysis. I'll take that into consideration.
Jealous? Yeah, I've gotten that before too. As a matter of fact, that you're not real. Whatever.
Right.
The Kinsey scale shows that they believed that they tested that it was their gradients or variants.
Right. That makes sense to me that it's on a spectrum, like anything else. Like the idea that somebody could be 100% heterosexual or 100% homosexual doesn't make all that much sense to me. That people would fall somewhere on the spectrum in terms of gender or orientation or whatever you want to call it, that makes a lot more sense to me at this point. But people still want to see it in this dichotomy of like either you're gay or you're straight or you're monogamous or you're not monogamous or you're male or you're female. Like people don't like the gray area. They want to see black and white whether they're religious or not. So it's frustrating at times.
I see black and white. I mean, it's to say, well, you're relatively unconvincing. I hadn't finished my sentence.
Sorry.
So, it's black and white with me. They say I'm relatively, quote-unquote, unconvincing, unpassable, and so on. Therefore, the entire kind of claim is illegitimate, and just get your quote-unquote perversion out of my face.
Right. Yeah.
And, yeah, that perversion being you and whatever you've done to your body.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, for me, there's like a progression of realizing certain things about me blown up a certain way. It's like, well, I would never be attracted to somebody that I didn't, the idea of being pansexual or that kind of thing has never even crossed my mind until the last couple of years, where it's like I've been exposed to people that are not narrowly defined in terms of their gender, like, and being like actually really okay with that. Like, so I think some people just don't experience things, and so they can't understand what it's like to be in that place, so they can't relate on one level. I guess I can understand that.
And that would be scary, I think, to the theist, because they're going to say, see, you're that way because you were exposed to it. That's why we can't have, you people around. And I don't think that's I don't think that's true either.
No. Yeah.
First of all, for all the straight people, all the straight religious people that are doing the freakiest things in the bedroom, and they're not telling anybody about, it's it shouldn't be our business what anybody else does in the bedroom, as long as it's not with children and small animals.
It would be a question of like biologically determined sexuality versus conditioned sexuality, because I think a good case can be made against conditioned sexuality.
That case can be made against it, conditioned sexuality, or I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, like if you wanted to control the atmosphere to determine how people ended up being.
Mm-hmm. But so you're saying that you think people are one way or the other? I don't understand exactly what you're saying. Maybe I'm.
Well, I think it's really varied, right? So I think some people are bi because they're born bi. Some people are conditioned to be bi or whatever, right? So I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, I would say that there is either way, right?
Right. I'm just saying if you could isolate it to environmental conditions, then being able to control those conditions would be beneficial, I think.
Right. But then in the end, like, who cares, though? Why do we care that much if it's nature or nurture? Like, does it really matter that much? Because if we take out a God component, who the fuck cares why people like the things that they like? They just do.
As long as they weren't, I think, isn't it...
as long as there's not a power manipulation kind of thing going on, right? Like, there's consent. Yeah. And, like, because I still struggle with that sometimes, being like, why do certain things turn me on? Even though it makes no fucking sense in my head, it just does. You just get over it, and it does.
Like what?
No, don't tell him. Don't.
Like queefing on demand, Tom. That
I think it adds an unnecessary barrier.
Like, why does the sex swing also have to be used in accordance with the
exactly?
Why does it have to use what, Gus? I didn't hear you.
Why does the sex swing have to be used with the accordion? I don't understand that.
It's not mandatory.
And also with the purple unicorns in the background. Why is this?
I hear you can get the juggler separately now.
Like, what would be something that's really... What would be something that really perplexes you as to, like, why it turns you on? Give me an example.
I'm not telling him this. I ain't telling him.
I've already said certain things that could be used against me in a court of law. No, I'm like having come from a certain.
I don't really think it's a big deal for bees. So,
I don't. For me, why? Why do you not think it's?
Hi, Massimo.
I mean, you seem pretty open.
Pretty. Well, maybe. No, coming from the misogynistic, patriarchal background that I come from, like, you would think that I'd be like, girl power, fuck you all the way, right? But there's a certain amount of submission that I kind of like.
Yeah.
Like in a certain context, it works. So that confuses and irritates me because it's like, one, do not tell me what to do because that irritates the shit out of me. But in a certain context, tell me what to do because that turns me on. That's
Pull
what
my
I'm
hair.
saying.
Listen,
Speaking
don't tell
of,
me not to tell you,
submission-
not to tell me, not to tell you what to do, okay?
Exactly. Exactly.
Speaking of submission,
That confuses me.
Here we have Massimo with his sexy Italian accent.
Oh,
Ooh,
yes.
accents are
It's lovely.
welcome.
Hello there.
Gus, take note, please. You're going to need to learn to imitate this man when he's gone.
I think Gus has a pretty decent accent on some things already.
Excellent.
So.
Excellent.
Massimo, we're waiting. Go ahead.
Do I come through?
It's me, Massimo.
Well, that's
Hello.
Mario.
If you come through, we'll clean it up.
Terrible.
Don't worry.
Okay.
That was like, who is it that's in here sometimes, the guy with the Scottish accent? Oh my gosh. Simon.
Yeah.
I don't care what he's talking about, but that is.
Oh god.
I don't know. I could say like the odd phrase in Italian, like nessuno mi vede come una donna, or io non parlo italiano.
But you're still saying it with a Nadia accent. It just doesn't have the right thing, connotation. It
I
doesn't have
felt
the
it.
right tone to
I felt it.
That's was.
Well, I just want to point out it's kind of useless to say I don't speak Italian in Italian.
Yeah.
You know, usually people pick up that you don't speak the language by virtue of you not speaking their language.
That was like my brother and his
I-
wife went down to Brazil a couple months ago for her something, and the whole time there she was telling people no habla inglés, and he didn't tell her till the plane ride home that she was telling people that she didn't speak English, which I think was hilarious.
I
was
memorized.
like, you're mean.
I memorized at one point how to say, well, I don't speak some language in that respective language for something on the order of 50 languages.
Right.
Like, what is it? Watashi wa nihongo ga wakarimasen.
I can count to
Or-
10 in Japanese. And that's about it.
Ichi ni san chi go roku
Oh,
shichi ka.
Hachi Shiji Kuju. Yeah, there you
Yeah.
Whoa! Oh, わかりません. 我々は。
Nihongo
俺は3と9 piace sem
話しません。
osem deviat desia.
Massimo,
watch
do you live
Korean
in? Are you in
K-pop.
Italy, Massimo?
Say again.
Are you in Italy?
Yes.
I'm Italian. I'm actually half, like, for real, half Italian. Like, not.
What part of Italy are you in?
I'm not in Italy. My grandma.
No, sweetheart. We're asking the guy who's in Italy what part of Italy he's in.
I live in.
I know what part of Italy you're in. You're in the part called Boise, Idaho.
Shush. I'm not in Boise. I'm not. Only on the weekends is when I'm there. So. Go ahead, Massimo. I'm going to be quiet now.
No, it's okay. I live in a small or not so small town near the eastern border, which is called Trieste.
Trieste. I've heard of Trieste.
I haven't.
My grandmother was born in Reggio, Calabria.
Reggio Calabria. It's opposite end of Italy.
Yep.
Sounds better when he says
Dirty South.
Dirty South.
It is, I know.
No, geographically, because Trieste is exactly the northern eastern extreme, and Reggio is the southern western extreme. So.
When's the last time you ate a calzone?
Funny face.
Thank you.
Maybe a couple of weeks ago, yes.
My grandma, her parents came from Italy, and my grandma's uncle in World War II died and was buried over there because apparently. So, like, there's some connection. I remember my grandma speaking Italian when I was growing up. I don't remember any of it.
Where were you born?
I was born in the U.S., but my grandma was born in the U.S. too, but her parents were born in Italy. So
my grandfather was born in the part of Italy called upstate New York. And,
but her brother died in World War II and was buried in Italy because that's where they were from, and I can't remember the name of the town or where it was that they were buried, but that's. I think her last name. I can't remember what her last name was, but there's like some town over there named after it. Who knows?
My
Of
other
course, that's how much
grandfather is-
into my heritage I am. I don't remember that
Yeah,
shit.
my other grandfather is a bit of a mystery too. I'm afraid.
Uh-oh.
It kind of it's a little fuzzy.
Well, in my opinion, nationality is one of those elusive things that you cannot really define.
Yeah,
Because
I would agree.
it depends on so many factors that it defies any sensible definition.
Yeah.
You can only, force a definition by force of the law, but
Yeah.
that's all.
Well, I was watching a video a while ago about people that were like, it seemed like more people that were European, that were like, like Irish people that were like, I hate X group of people, whatever, and then they did like genetic testing on them, and then they showed that they had a certain amount of genetic similarity, that like there was part of their ancestry that came from that, and then they were like, oh wait, I suddenly think very differently about this. I'm like,
well, since it is interesting that you bring the hate thing up, because for example, I myself, I hate everybody the same, so
I think that's a good way to look at it. If you hate and make fun of everybody the same, it's equality. I like it.
It is not a safe strategy anyway, because if I say, for example, that I hate black people, there is instantaneously someone who says that I am a racist, because it comes from a white person.
Or if you just hate people in general, that's one thing.
But but I hate black people for different reasons that I hate
women,
some white women or some kind of white people. So I hate everybody, but for different reasons.
I don't understand how anybody can hate women.
Women.
I think
I don't
women
know why you would hate women.
Gorgeous.
Yes. Women are.
I'm still thinking of these Irish people sitting around looking at the genetic test, going, "Well, I suppose we'll have to contact our Russian members of our family then, I guess."
Sounds like a Jew made that show.
Well, it's like South Park, right? Like I liked South Park when they made fun of everybody, but then when they suddenly were changing who they were making fun of, then I didn't like it so much,
Of course, the problem is that hate is.
What's that picture of?
Hate is a loaded kind of word,
Sugar. What is this, Sugar?
This picture's like over 100 years old, and this is my.
You look pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
There's you and Jesus
right
there.
Yeah, exactly. Me and Jesus. This is my grandmother.
Wow.
And this is
where are you in the picture?
This is my great grandmother, Serafina. What?
Where are you in the picture, Sugar?
No. It's not me. This is
a mustache.
Thank you. This is my grandmother. Her name was Anne. These are the Marvesos. And this is Frank. This is my great-grandfather. And these were his children. They were in mourning at the time when it was taken. But look at how mean she looks.
Well, they all, because didn't they have to stay very still? It's like when they took pictures with dead people, they had to stay very still for a while.
Yeah. Well, in this picture, see, Frank's in New York at the time. Frank is in New York, and they're still in Italy. And it's they're superimposed in. Because
they photoshopped that shit.
Well, yes, it was photoshopped. That's
Daguerreotype.
Yeah. The reason that people all look so like grumpy in old photos is because the exposure time is so long, right? So it's a lot easier to keep a straight face rather than to smile for like 2 minutes.
I seriously am kind of obsessed with those pictures where they used to take pictures with dead people, like their babies that would die, and they would take pictures with them because that was the only picture they would have. Those kind of fascinate me.
It's coming back.
I have an old tin type of like my great-great-grandfather, and I don't show it to people. Like it's in the 1880s or 90s.
I remember you telling that story.
He's sort of in a bar, and he's got like 1 foot up on the bar rail, and the other thing is I don't show it to people because he looks like a fucking dweeb. He's got a bowler hat on. Swear to God, he's got a bowler hat on, and he looks like a doofus. He's got his pants hiked up to his tits, for crying out loud. I'm like, I'm not showing that to people. People are like, what the hell is that? I'm like, yeah, that's my fucking great-great-grandfather who apparently couldn't dress himself.
I actually had.
He wore a gun, though. He wore a gun, though. So I'm pretty sure nobody told him he couldn't dress himself for shit.
There you go.
And my great grandmother looks like she could just kick some ass.
Well, isn't it like all the women there just look pretty freaking badass? They look like, dude, my kids have all died, and I'm gonna fucking, kill the Indians, and that's how it works.
You ever had one of those experiences where you almost didn't come into being, right? Because this picture here, they got on a boat shortly after this picture was taken. And they got on a boat from Italy to come over. And at the very last minute, my great-grandmother, Sarah, she was going to take Teresa, the littlest one, and that was in the picture. And then my great-aunt Rose was going to take my grandmother. At the last minute, they switched, and they had to go on separate boats.
Oh,
and
wow.
Teresa and, well, it wasn't Rose, sorry, it was somebody else, because Rose is still alive, or was still alive. And they died from the Spanish flu or something. And I think if they hadn't made that switch,
right,
we wouldn't be here, right? Then there was the earthquake in Italy.
That's kind of
crazy. There's all these different things. Frank wanted to marry Sarah the first time around. The families couldn't come to an agreement. So Frank married another woman named Sarah.
They didn't give enough goats to do the...
Exactly.
Right.
Saw the mustache. And then and then the new Sarah, the second Sarah, she died 6 months into being pregnant. Wow. So then family, they were able to make it, then now I'm here. See?
Right. Well, and it's like I remember when my grandma died, and we were going through some of the stuff at her house, and journals between her and my grandpa, my mom's mom, where they were talking about, it's like you forget that your ancestors were real people, on one level, they were talking about, she was talking about to him, if you wouldn't have been a good dancer, I don't know that we would have dated. It's so these arbitrary things that could have made it so that we didn't exist at all. Yeah. Because she was engaged, and my grandma, till the day she died, had a ring that she wore that was from another guy that asked her to marry him, and so it's had something changed and my grandpa was not a great dancer, they would have, I would not even be here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still cleaning out my mom's stuff, and I found a note to my mother from my dad that was the most vile sexual stuff I've ever seen. And I don't.
Did you read it?
I was halfway into it. I saw all the words, and I was like,
See, no. As soon as I realized what it was, I would be like, do not want that in my consciousness at all.
It had 3 lines to it, and it was just full of words. I'm still scarred. I'm not. Wow. They were like that their whole lives.
See, that was not, I didn't have that conception of my parents, so maybe that's different for me, but.
Yeah, my parents were, we walked into a model home once, and one of the bedrooms was the horse theme, right? And there's a big bullwhip up on the wall, and I see my mother, who's 5'5" and mean as snake. She elbows my dad and looks at him and like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I go, "Oh God,
Rawhide.
You guys are disgusting."
Rawhide.
Exactly.
See, that's Blues Brothers, right? Rawhide. I love that movie, Blues Brothers. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I just only remember my parents talking about, at some point my parents saying something about that they slept naked, and I was like, enough, I do not want to hear anymore.
My dad slept on the couch for the entirety of my life. Mom slept in the bed upstairs, Dad slept in the couch downstairs. And the reason for this is that when my mom was pregnant with my little brother, my dad is a very restless sleeper, so he kept knocking her around and stuff in bed. And so apparently the doctor said, no, you go sleep someplace else.
Right.
And they liked that arrangement so much that,
That seems like an Ozzie and Harriet thing, because my grandparents had 2 separate rooms. My grandma slept in one room and my grandpa slept in another room.
I get it now, though. I do. I'd like my own room if I ever.
Well, there's the sex part, and then there's a sleeping part. If you get used to sleeping apart from somebody, that's different. So I can understand that, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's only when you're older, right?
What was that?
That's only when you're not older.
Yeah, I didn't feel that way when I was younger.
Actually,
I also lost a lot of sleep.
Yeah. Actually, now, like, I do like, because I have 4 kids, and usually it's not very usual that I fall asleep where I don't have somebody touching me at some point.
Mhm.
So now I kind of like it, but it depends on the person, because some people are really twitchy when they sleep too. So if that's the case and you're kind of a light sleeper, it's irritating, but it just depends on the person.
My third husband had sleep nightmares, you know, and he would wake up in the middle of the night spitting glass. He thought he was swallowing glass, and he was a fireman, so he'd sometimes be trying to get out of the bedroom through the wall.
Right. Well, I've had times where I've had horrible nightmares where I wake myself up screaming, and then I'm like, what woke me up? And it's myself screaming. It's not fun. So I don't envy anybody who's sleeping with me at that point. Being
Sometimes I dream that I'm eating a giant marshmallow, and I wake up and half my pillow's gone.
Or like is that the Cosby episode when he's giving birth to a sub sandwich?
Giving birth to a submarine sandwich.
I love that episode. I kind of love the Cosby Show, even though I feel bad watching it now. But
it's me.
Yay.
Hi, Massimo.
Hi,
it's on my channel.
I'll wake up sometimes and find my computer mouse is on like the other side of my room, and I don't know how it got there.
Because you threw it from you.
Yeah,
Get you behind me, Satan. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes when I'm sleeping, like I'll sort of, I don't know, I'll twitch, I guess, or flail. I don't know why. I find that if I eat too close to when I go to sleep, like, you know, it's Dante's Inferno in my head while I'm sleeping. It's like the devil's like, fuck you, devil.
I actually don't like people that are totally silent when they're sleeping. Kind of creep me out. Like, I'm more okay with people that kind of snore or make noises, because that's tolerable. Like, but people that don't do anything but sit, like, I'm like, are you dead? Are you okay? Is everything all right? It's
Farting's okay with you? Farting in your sleep's okay?
Yeah. Like, I actually go to sleep better when somebody's kind of making noise. I don't know what it is. Either that or, yeah. I don't know that the last time that I slept in a room entirely by myself. It doesn't usually happen.
Remember when I was looking after my oldest niece, and she was like, oh, I don't know, maybe 9 months old, and I went in to check on her, and she, like, I was like, oh, she's fucking dead. So I called my mom, like, because I was staying overnight at my brother's place to watch her while they were doing a thing, and so I called my mom at like 2 o'clock in the morning, like, Mom, and Mom's like, shut up. Are you wearing your glasses? Yes. Take off your glasses. Okay. Are you holding your glasses? Yes. With the lenses outwards? Yes. Hold them in front of her mouth. Not on top of it, just in front of it. I'm like, wait a minute. Shut up. Shut up. Now wait. How long am I I swear to God, Gussie, if you don't shut up.
Gussie, that's
now
cute.
Take the glasses. Now take the glasses away.
Hi, Holly. Welcome back, Holly.
Now take the glasses away. Yeah. Is there a thing on them? Yeah. She's breathing. Now fuck off.
Gee, you know, your mother sounds suspiciously like you, Gus. What a sweet woman.
So, and then of course, as if to fucking drive the hammer home, she woke up like, Amanda woke up about an hour later, cranky, and she wanted, like, she knew she owned me, eh? She'd stand up in her crib and she'd be like, eh. So I'd go and get her, and I don't know if you've ever seen some of those YouTube videos where, like, daddy can't put his baby girl down because every time he does, she puts it, so he's got to crawl in the damn crib with her.
In the crib, I've seen those. Those are hilarious.
You know, so in my case, I had to sleep with her on the couch, lying on my tummy. You know, and I was deathly afraid, because I was afraid that, like, I'd roll over and she'd end up on the floor or lying on the coffee table with the ashtray on her head or something. Like, I was just like. And the dog was not a fan at all of, you know, every time I fell asleep, the dog would be like, eh. So I was fucking dog. But she was a beautiful baby, though. She was a beautiful baby, and The minute she opened, she yawned and she opened her eyes and looked at me. I fell in love.
Yeah.
And,
It's amazing how they do that.
And then she reached out and she booped me on the nose.
Hmm?
And she's just like, well, you know, my sister-in-law at the time was like, well, do you want to hold her? I said, yes. But there I am. I'm like almost 6 feet tall. Big heavy leather jacket with like chains on the shoulders and stuff. Big heavy biker boots. And you know, white T-shirt, and I'm like, a big tough guy, and I'm like, yes, I would like very much to hold the baby if it is possible that I could hold the baby. So they give me and of course the baby's like, it smells like Old Spice. That smells like Dad. Good, going to sleep now. And she actually farted. Like they put her on me, and she let out a little like, and then she went right to sleep. I held her in that. There was a rocking chair. With one hand, I managed to balance the kid against my shoulder while I took my leather jacket off, and then I'm sort of sitting in the rocking chair with her against me, and I'm rocking back and forth with her for hours. Just she's just there, like she's, you know, every now and then she'll reach up. She reached up and like moved her little fist around so I get like a fist in the ear or whatever, but then she'd go back to sleep. I turned her over once, and then she yawned at me, and she booped me in the nose again. So I turned her back over, and she went back to sleep. From that minute on, that was it. I was Uncle Gussie. That's how that worked. And anytime I was in the room, she wanted me, not Mommy, not Daddy. She wanted big, fat, round Uncle Gussie. And you know, but of course that would backfire sometimes because everything. The way her brain worked was that everything that happened to her that she didn't like was also my fault too, right? Remember when she was like a year and a half old, they put her in the little Jolly Jumper thing, right? Which I guess you can't do now because they're, you know,
those are like dangerous now.
Yeah. But they put her in a little.
They still
Jolly
sell them
Jumper.
though.
And back then the soundtrack for the Batman movie, the Prince soundtrack for the Batman movie was big on the radio. And she was listening to the Party Man, which she loved. She just loved the Party Man, right? Party Man, Party Man. But her mom turned it off, and then I was looking away, and her mom turned it off, and all I heard was like, ah! And she threw a toy at me because she thought it was my fault, right? Like I was turn the fucking music off for her.
Right. Yeah.
And now she's like 23 years old. She's had 2 kids of her own.
Wow. What? Does that make you feel really old?
I'm a great uncle. Like, not a great uncle, but a great uncle.
That's like when I realized that, like, the kids that I used to babysit, my youth pastor's kids that I used to babysat my kids, that made me feel very old. Like, oh, wait.
Yeah. Yep, grandparent. That's the best thing in the world.
I'm not a grandparent yet, and I do not want to be one anytime soon because my oldest is 13, so I'm
not prepared. I didn't want to either, but yeah, it's good when you get there.
Oh, don't let her around Gus.
That's weird.
Do you want to slap in the fucking head?
Gus and my granddaughter, they like each other a lot. He does that coo thing, and she looks at him, and it's
No, my daughter, my 13-year-old thinks I'm weird. She's like, we went to a store the other day, and I'm like picking out the things that had skulls on them. She's like, Mom, you're so weird. Stop.
Yeah.
And she's picking out the things with like books and nerdy things on them, and I'm like, skulls, yes, goth. And she's like, Mom, stop it. So she's totally not. She's not as cool as I am apparently at this point. But.
Says you.
Yeah. Well, I keep telling her that I'm cool, and she will eventually realize that, but she still hasn't at this point.
No, she'll realize that about 15 minutes after she moves out.
Yeah.
And she's confronted with a load of laundry, which is about when I figured my mom was suddenly no longer radioactive.
Right.
And I was like, Mom, how do you do laundry again? And this is what I heard at the end of the phone. But the thing is, though, like, I was like, hey, listen, I was bugging you for years to teach me how to do the laundry, and you wouldn't do it. And Mom actually told me, and I swear to God, not a word of a lie, and I'm only going to be 45 in, like, the end of the month, right? So I'm not that old. My mom said to me, that's work for a little girl. If you were a little girl, I would teach you that. I said, you always told me that you'd only teach it to a little girl. Well, pretend I've got boobs and teach me now because I've got to get my drawers clean.
Right. Yeah.
So she simply said, get yourself a detergent called Cheer. It works no matter what you do. Put it in, separate your whites from everything else. Do not boil your colors in with your whites. You'll be fine. Go away.
See, I don't separate things. I just throw everything in there. So.
I don't know. Listen, I did what Mom told me. When Mom told me not to do that, I didn't do those things. When Mom said, you know, your father, I remember Mom taught me how to cook. It's like, okay, listen. Your father seems to think there's a magical number on the stove called 11, and he thinks that you get there by putting the fucking temperature to 10 and leaving it there until you cook everything in the pan until it surrenders. Right? This is not... And of course, Dad's in the living room going, what the fuck's wrong with how I cook? Shut up!
Yeah.
So Mom basically said, listen, anything above 5, and you need to send away for special permission, okay?
Right, yeah.
So she just basically said, cook it low, cook it slow, cook it with soy sauce, cover it, take your time with it. You'll get a sense of when some things are done and when they're not, and just go with it.
Or you just order pizza, that's what I do.
Yeah, well, for them of us that looks in our wallet and finds something there.
Well, I actually made... The one thing, well, I told you that. The one thing that I did make a while ago. Yes, every once in a while. That's it. Like I don't make things very often because it's not worth it. And like my kids are like, hot dogs, peanut butter, jelly, go for it. Like I don't, like why would I cook something if that's what they want? I don't really care. So, but that's just me.
Well, I mean, for years my staple dish would be I'd take my walk. I'd get a package of lean ground beef, throw that in there, throw some soy sauce on it, let it cook for a little bit, and then get in it with a wooden spoon so you didn't scratch the wok. Bang, 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 bang. Chop that up a bit inside the wok. Throw in some chopped up, basically veggies, onions. Maybe get a bag of frozen vegetables. Get that in there. Meanwhile, I'm cooking minute rice because why should I bother with anything else? You take a little pot, you put your minute rice in, it's cooking, it's off the stove, you're waiting for it to soak up the water. And then when that's done, you throw the rice in, maybe a little bit more soy sauce, toss, shake, 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 boom, there's your meal. And if you've got a decent wooden spoon, you can eat the bitch right out the fucking wok, you don't have to dirty another dish, perfect bachelor meal, yay! You don't have to do anything.
I did that the other night. I cooked out of the wok and I ate out of the wok. It's funny you said that.
Get a can of diced tomatoes, throw that in there. If you're like, even when I brought a girl home for that's as I told her, I said I'd cook her a meal, and essentially all I did was double what I cooked. Made sure I didn't put in like 3 kinds of like chilies and cayenne. Like I had those big sugar shakers you get at diners sometimes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had one filled with cayenne pepper, chili pepper, and some other pepper, and I shake it. And I also had this kind of hot sauce called Dan T's Inferno. And there were 2 kinds. There was the red kind and then the white kind. I stopped using the red kind when I could drink it out of the bottle and started using the white kind. So I had a friend over one time and I just fed him what I ate and he almost died. I had to give him like a whole liter and a half, a whole plastic bag of milk, which I understand you guys don't have in the States. You guys don't have plastic bags of
milk. Bag of milk?
Like you've never seen you've never seen a 1.5 liter, liter and stuff that...
I have, actually, when I was in Vancouver.
Gallons.
Yeah, well, what you do is you get like a specialized pitcher, right? And you get, they come in 1.3 1.5 liter bags, and you take the bag, you put it in the pitcher, you cut the corner, and you pour the milk out. Now, lots of people would say, why in God's name would you do it that way? But buying your milk in bags has a very big advantage over buying it any other way, in that you can freeze it for later.
Okay.
You can put it in the freezer. So when I used to go grocery shopping for the month, I used to get like 4 of those 3 packs of 1.5 liter bags and just stick them all in the freezer. And then when I wanted one,
is it good to the milk when you defreeze it? You unfreeze it.
You just make sure that when you unfreeze it, you don't let it thaw for too long, and that you don't let it unthaw. And and then you shake the living shit out of it before you drink, because otherwise otherwise you will get even with 2% milk you will get a bit of fat separation. And so what you want to do is just sugar. And
do you have to make that noise when you do it too?
yeah, you do. You have to sugar. And the cat's got to look at you like you're out of your mind.
Mhm.
And but then that's what cats do.
But what's the size of the bag you just told us about?
1.5 liters.
I thought I heard 3.5. Okay.
Yeah. So what happens is you get they sell it in packages of 3 of those bags. So 4.5 liters of milk.
Wait, what is I don't even know.
I never tried to freeze milk, but I think I'll give it a go now that you are positive that it is okay to drink it after.
Oh yeah.
I've frozen breast milk before. Like it works.
Yeah,
I've tried
that's
that,
true.
but I found that mine never kept.
It does. Yeah, you can drink it, but what he said is true. Only like thought part way and shake it.
Like, because there was the whole thing when if you're nursing, then you like, if you're gonna drink, which to me I was like, I'm gonna drink, and that it's okay if the kid gets some of the alcohol, but some people are like, you need to like all that stuff, and you'd freeze it, whatever, and you can have a certain amount of breast milk. It will stay for a while. So I'm assuming it's the same with cow's milk. Same kind of
on the other hand, on second thought, I cannot see any particular reason to freeze milk, since it is available daily in the market.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't shop the same way we do here in the States. I mean, they shop daily.
Who doesn't?
The Europeans, a lot of Europeans, they shop just daily.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. Okay, so in the States you usually make a big shopping.
Yeah.
Once a week, and then you freeze it.
Some people go once a week. Some people go once every 2 weeks. Some once a month.
Because of the distances. Because of the distances you have to travel. You know, in America there are bigger distance to travel from home to the shops, I think.
I don't know if that's the truth. I think you have more perishable foods. We have so much more processed foods that can stay on the shelf. You know,
like cheese food, which is not really cheese.
Yeah, stuff that you would never get usually or see.
What was that?
Cheese food, like Velveeta Kraft singles. It's not even really cheese. It's called cheese food on the package. It's not even. It's
government cheese.
Yeah, it's like macaroni and cheese.
That's what's one thing that it's very unsettling for us Italian when we hear about the low quality of the cheese in America.
Oh, well, you can get high quality cheese.
Right.
You just pay. You just pay through the calzones for it. That's all.
But generally speaking, the average American do not appreciate that kind of.
Well, the average American doesn't like their cheese to stink to high heaven, if that's what you're talking about.
True.
Yes,
well, because we're not accustomed to it.
The smell is part of the the reason that cheese is appreciated around the world.
By the way, just so you guys know, 1 liter is equal to about 34 fluid ounces.
No,
Iron, you said that you like hunting. What is it that you like about hunting?
I like the exercise. I like trying to track down an animal. I like the competition. I think it's really fun.
You like shooting something in the brain and killing it?
Oh yeah, that part's awesome too. I like shooting it, and then I like cleaning it. Cleaning it's really fun too.
You don't trophy hunt though, do you?
No.
Okay. See, I don't understand the difference between that. Like I don't have really an opinion either way. Like because I could not do either way, whether it was trophy or for food. I don't know that I could kill something. Maybe probably if my kids were gonna die, if I didn't kill something, maybe I could do that. But I don't know.
If my food didn't come neatly packaged in square styrofoam containers, and I had to go and I would have no problem whatsoever about saying, "Excuse me, Mr. Deer, but it's you or me."
Right.
And
And I get that on one level, but I couldn't like look in the eyes of the deer and watch it die and be like, "We're totally cool. I'm okay with this right now."
But with my luck, I'd be out shooting a deer, and then come back and my kids would like have befriended a baby fawn or something, and I'd just be like, "Oh, for fuck's sake."
I grew up with I grew up with my Italian grandmother, and we had gardens, and I didn't even have a canned vegetable till I was 18 years old. I mean, we just because I didn't eat over a friend's house. We didn't. My family was weird, but I remember the first time I went to somebody's house and they gave me canned peas, and I had no idea what it was. And the big thing for me when I was like 15 was to get Kraft macaroni and cheese because my mother made it from scratch and my grandmother made it from scratch.
Right.
And I remember eating it thinking it was just
sugar.
Wicked.
The funny thing is, like, I remember when I was growing up, my parents were always like, pack the sack lunch, right? Now, like, I thought the cool kids or the rich kids had the cafeteria lunch. Like, they had the Domino's pizza that you dipped in the ranch or whatever. And I'm like, or like they had the parents that would buy their Halloween costume at Walmart. And I'm like, it was a lot more work for my parents to do it the way that they did, but I didn't appreciate it as a kid.
Yeah, but you didn't get that. You didn't get that buzz from the chemical stink off the plastic, like.
Right, or like the masks that you wore for Halloween that were just, mass-produced shit. Like, that's what I wanted when I was a kid because I didn't have that. So it's like, you want, the grass is always greener kind of thing. But
one thing that I wanted to add one thing about the food in America that I know that as I told you, on average the quality of the cheese is more or less tasteless in the food cheese that the bee just told us about. But the thing is that, as far as I know, the quality of the milk in America is the best in the world. So you Americans, you Americans have the best, primary matter, the gross matter, but you use it in a very poor way. So
that sounds very American. That's
Massimo, out by where I live, I live just outside of San Francisco. There is a place called Strauss's Dairy, and Cowgirl Creamery, and they make artisan cheeses that you would find all over the world, and they have great dairy, and they make their own mozzarella.
Yes, but the point is that that's kind of a niche,
Yeah, but they have some as well that they use the buffalo milk as well.
Of course, in America, for example, I tasted one of the best wine in the world, but also some of the worst wine in the world. So,
what is the best wine? Where is that found?
I don't remember the name of the seller, but the type of wine I can tell you is a Cabernet from California.
Cabernet. Yeah, Cabernet. I've heard that a couple times. I don't really like wine all that much.
I like.
I like it, but I drink very, very small amounts. Maybe half a glass a week. Not.
Are you sure you're Italian?
See, to me, it's like you drink when you want to get drunk, and that's it.
I don't drink to get drunk, but to taste I even drink some liquor, but just a couple of gulps just to taste it from time to time. I don't like binge drinking because.
Well, I don't know about binge drinking, but it's like if I'm gonna drink, and I'm gonna like get drunk. Like, what's the point? Like, red wine usually gives me a headache. A headache. That was a headache. It usually gives me a headache.
That Argentinian Malbec and Sangiovese.
That's very good. I tried it too.
That is a wonderful wine, yeah.
You know, but the Malbec is the name of one kind of grape that was created exactly in the area I live.
Really?
And yes, and then the Italians brought it to South America in Argentina.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the Argentinians. You can get a good domestic Malbec, but a good Argentinian one is great. And then the Sangiovese. Cake bread
Also
sellers.
in Chile they made a very good wine too. Chile.
Yeah, it's true. Don't care for Australian wines though.
I don't know. I also tasted some very good Israeli wine.
Really, Israeli wine. Huh.
It's wine. They make it in the you occupy the territories. They have soldiers around the vine, the vineyard, to protect the vine.
Interesting.
And
I don't drink enough to ever be able to, to know a whole lot. I had a sommelier once say, because I asked, how do you know a good wine? And she said, when you say, when it tastes good to you, that's a good wine, because everybody's palate's different.
I am a total ignorant about, the culture of the wine, but I can really appreciate and tell a good wine from a bad wine. The point is that I can tell it afterwards. Yes, the day after I know if it's good or if it's bad. I cannot tell it instantaneously, just by tasting it.
Have you had American pizza? Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Have you had American pizza? And what do you think of it?
I find it very different from original Italian pizza. Even if I know that you Americans think that pizza is your national food.
We own everything. We invented it all.
Or at least I spoke with some friends of my, some relatives on the part of my wife. They live in America. They are born there, and when they came here in Italy and we went to eat pizza, they said, "Oh, they make pizza in Italy. That's strange," because they thought it was an American invented type of food.
Of course they did. Why wouldn't they?
Nope. The pizza was invented by Roman legionnaires at the siege of Alesia in Gaul during Caesar's campaign.
Really?
Yep.
I'm just going to sit in my American shame for a second.
Is that a dog?
Is that what?
Somebody's snoring.
I'm hearing someone snoring. It sounds like a dog snoring.
Is Tom about to scream?
It's not me. I'm awake.
It's not me.
Someone's snoring very, very
It's Tom. It's Tom.
loud.
It's Tom.
Bunny face. Wake up, bunny face.
Tom. Tom, you're so annoying. You're so annoying.
You're snoring.
No, I think it's Nadia.
No, Nadia's awake.
No, I just unmuted. Yeah,
Okay. Because you sounded, you looked very sleepy before. No, you are pretty much.
I'm gonna make fun of Tom
wide
now
awake.
because Tom is. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Tom stop coming into Hangouts and snoring. It's so annoying. I've actually never fallen asleep in a Hangout. Maybe
I
once.
have. I used to do it.
No, I know you have, Gus, because I have heard of that before with you. But I think one time I remember waking up and Dieter was like, "B something," and I was like, "Oh shit!" and I turned it off. That's all I remember. Maybe once. That's all I can.
Yeah, I fell asleep in Nadia's room a couple times.
Sugar, getting back to the question that you just made about, I had American pizza, and I can tell you it's for my taste it's too rich.
Yeah.
There are too many ingredients. It's overwhelming. I cannot really tell one ingredient from the other because it's too much.
Yeah, I don't care for Chicago-style pizza, and I love Chicago, so I thought I would, and I didn't care for it. It was too thick, too bready. It was just too much for me.
Oh, I love deep dish pizza. I think New York-style pizza is a fucking ripoff.
Yeah, isn't that strange?
What is it like, New York style?
It's the crust is very thin, Massimo. It's very, very thin. You tend to get more of it, but it's very thin, and you have to really fight to keep your toppings from ending up on your lap.
So
it's more like the Napoli.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The Roman.
What are you laughing at, Dee? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
And
I'm talking about you have to fight for
I
your
think.
toppings. Fight for your right to have toppings.
That's right. That's right.
There's several pizzerias in New York that actually have gotten the certification, the Napoli certification. To eat over and they learn. I don't know. I haven't had New York pizza either. I've only had California.
The fact is that the so-called pizza concept is. I think that every culture around the world has its kind of pizza. You know, go anywhere and you find some fried or baked dough with the toppings.
Sure.
From China to Africa to Europe to South America to United States to, Canada.
But what makes the pizza, in my opinion, though, is the interplay between the dough and the cheese. Everything else is just incidental. If the cheese doesn't taste right on the dough and the sauce isn't right, you don't have a pizza. You have a piece of bread with spaghetti sauce on it and some goop.
Yes. What if I told you that the most ancient kind of pizza in Italy was without cheese?
I would believe you because that's actually how it was first created back on campaign.
But then the cheese came, and that's the
It ruined everything. I know.
That was the rest of the story.
Well, I was going to say, like, what defines? Where does it switch between? It's like the conversation between like a sandwich and a taco. Like, where do things switch? Like, what is the point?
If your sandwich goes crunch because the bread is too hard, you throw it out.
Yeah.
Well, but like the idea that like
call it a taco.
something is a sandwich until it has a certain quality. Like these are all words that we pretend have some kind of meaning.
Like I know that the Italians look at us and scowl as to what North Americans did to pizza, but the Chinese look at the Italians and scowl as to what they did to noodles. Right.
Right. Yeah. Noodles. I like noodles.
And we eat way more pasta than I think Italians eat. I think.
We eat way more of everything than Italians eat. I think Italians are like
a taco. A taco. That's a good question, Massimo. A taco is. I don't know.
Well, the Native Americans have the fried bread.
Because there is no. I hear from time to time Taco Bell, but there.
Okay. Do you know what a basically a hardened corn potato chip is, right?
Well, there's a hard taco and a soft taco.
Okay, so we'll start with the first one.
Hard corn potato.
Yeah,
chip.
like imagine a basically a piece of cornmeal essentially hardened almost into a potato chip like quality,
but
and then cast
bigger than a chip. Of course.
Yes, much bigger. Cast in something about about the size of an old cellular telephone, the old gray brick one, and then it's basically a permanent, but it's a little bit fragile, so you have to be careful of it. And then what you do is you take some spiced ground beef, and some people put refried beans. I think that shit's gross. But some spiced ground beef, some shredded cheddar.
Inside of the.
Yeah, it works better inside than outside. And you put some chopped up lettuce, some chopped up onions. Some people put guacamole. I've never had guacamole, so I don't know.
I like guacamole. Guacamole is good.
Tomatoes, tomatoes. Some people put sour cream on top of all of it, and then you eat it very carefully. Because if you put the wrong pressure on it, it cracks along the bottom, and you end up with a handful of hot meat.
I've never liked hard tacos, by the way. I never like hard tacos. Soft tacos are the best.
So there are also soft tacos.
Yes.
Flour. There's corn and flour.
They work very similarly to the hard tacos, but you don't end up with a handful of hot meat.
Gus was talking about the corn
Is there potato inside?
No, there is no potato inside.
No,
If you find potato in your taco, send it back. The chef.
You've got a pierogi.
The chef is on. That's right. You have a pierogi, or the chef is on meth.
No,
one or the other.
Well, the dough for making the hole, the
taco.
Container, is the taco, the dough is
If
made
you
with potato or what?
No, it's either corn or flour.
Gnocchi is potato, right?
Right.
Gnocchi is potato and flour.
Yes, but taco is either flour or it's either flour or corn.
Okay.
If it's hard, it's corn. If it's flour, it's soft.
There you go. I should get a tattoo of that. If it's hard, it's corn. If it's flour, it's soft.
I was confused because you told Gus told at the beginning of the explanation, he said like a potato chip. So I was.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Well, I was trying to explain the texture of it to you.
Okay.
Well, don't listen to Gus. He's trying to confuse you.
Like a calzone, not a calzone. What is the
Can I
dessert?
sugar? Can I tell you the correct pronunciation? It's calzone.
Calzone. I know. I never know which one because it's like mozzarella or mozzarella or what's the other one? The other cheese, the white one. Oh, help me out here.
Havarti.
No, it's an Italian
Provolone.
one. Yeah, provolone. So is it provolone or provolone?
Or provolone.
Ricotta.
Provolone. Yeah. Ricotta.
Ricotta.
Ricola. Sorry.
All right.
Chichiris. I like. Is it chichiris? Or the garbanzo beans?
I don't know.
Is it?
Ricola.
Yeah. My grandmother called them something else.
Oh, that was the candy, the hard candy.
Chichiris. Oh.
It's a cough drop.
Yeah. Pasta visual we used to make, and now here's another brachole. Is it brachole or brachole?
Bracciole.
Yeah.
But I can understand that you sugar you are more you usually speak from a southern accent because you pronounce the consonants like a southern Italian, like bracciole.
My grandmother.
Yes, bracciole.
Yeah.
In standard Italian, it's different. In standard Italian, you don't say bracciole, but bracciole.
Yeah, I wish I would have learned.
No, but
Italian.
the thing is that in America, 90% of the Italian immigrants were from the south. Maybe one in 10 from the north.
If I ever go to Italy, I'm going to learn how to say "feed me, I'm hungry" in Italian, and then just present myself at restaurants.
I love to tease Northern Italians if they're blonde. Oh, you're not Italian. Swiss, German, something.
Well, Northern Italians are more similar to Germans than to the.
See?
The standard idea that Americans have of Italians is Southern Italians, which is very.
Like, are
very
they bad Italians or not real Italians?
No. I'm not saying anything about bad.
You're judging. You're judging, Massimo.
I'm judging.
Well, okay, I'm judging a fact.
I'm just saying.
I'm judging a fact. That,
I used to be Mexican, but now I'm not even Mexican anymore.
You used to be Mexican, and then you decided you were not.
No, actually, they had my grandfather's DNA done, and he's not Mexican. He's Jewish.
Okay.
There were in the past some very hard tensions between people in the south and people in the north Italy.
Yeah. That's why I always tease.
There's some background noise now.
Yeah, there is. But actually, I have to go to bed because it's like 3 in the morning at this point.
Good night.
Good night.
Before you do, there is an actual DNA test for Jewish.
Yeah, it's we came out he came out J1. It's the J1, the haplotype I think they call it. It's J1.
I don't think I'm Jewish at all.
Part of the Cohen tribe, apparently. It's apparently a good thing. I don't know.
That's interesting.
I know. I thought it was the strangest thing in the world. I thought, this can't be. Well, the funny thing was my grandfather was light-skinned. He didn't really look Mexican. Two of his brothers had blue eyes. He never drank alcohol.
What does that have to do with what nationality he was?
Well, because the majority of Mexicans I know, both my uncles drank themselves to death, so they adopted the culture, and just the other family and stuff that we knew, distant family, they all drank. I didn't know any other Mexicans that didn't drink. Myself, that was just my experience.
That's interesting.
That's stereotypical.
Yeah,
it is. Shame on you. Shame on you, Sugar.
Oh, come on.
Why? It was my own experience.
Jose Cuervo was a good. Jose Cuervo was a nice Mexican.
We must be.
Oh, here comes
correct.
Okay, well, I gotta go to bed though. Gus, did you see my henna tattoo? You can't even hardly see it at this point.
I did, but I can't really see what it is. I'm sorry.
Kind of. Tomorrow it will be darker.
Okay, I believe you. I look forward to seeing it.
All right.
Sleep well.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Sugar, did you know that?
Have a great night.
Good night. Good night. Sugar, did you know that in southern Italy, especially in Sicily, there are many people with blonde hair and blue eyes?
Really?
Yes, because the thing is that from the 10th century to the maybe 13th century, southern Italy was dominated by Germans.
Oh.
You know,
is that where the Castilians get their blonde hair?
Yes, for the same reason.
Yeah.
Yes, but southern Italy was dominated by the Arabs and then by the Germans. So you can find in the population very dark people, almost African from aspect. Northern, you cannot really tell if they're really European or Middle Eastern.
My uncle is very dark.
But on the other hand, you find people with very bright blue eyes and fair hair because of the German domination in the. You know who Frederick II was.
Descended from Frederick I, I know that for sure.
Frederick II was one of the most important emperors, and he was the one who conquered the southern Italy in the 13th centuries.
I'd like to have a son and name him Ichabod VII, just to freak everybody out.
Okay.
Yeah, the picture of my family, that 100-year-old picture, you see their eyes are very almond. They look more of the Middle Eastern.
Yeah, as they're burning their way into your soul.
I'm telling you, that woman looks evil.
It's like, I'm gonna put this pussy on you, and you're not gonna move, or I kill you.
My grandmother was her translator, and she said that she would take her to the meat market, and she would tell my grandmother, now tell him I want some very lean meat. And my grandmother would open her mouth to start to translate, and my great-grandmother would push her out of the side and start wagging her finger and going, Lena, Lena, and yelling at the butcher the whole time.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah, I didn't get meat in a plastic thing either until I was much older, because my mom always went to the butcher, and...
I think people should have to wait to wrap their meat in plastic until they're older.
Yeah, they should wait. Oh, that's dirty.
This is it took me some seconds to appreciate the humor of this last one. Yes, because I am not completely aware of the jargon in English, But now, after you laughed, I understood.
Gus is the funniest man we know.
Well,
Looks aren't everything, sugar.
Yes, and thankfully he's got them.
Well, I don't.
But in that case, as I remember, you usually pack meat not in plastic but in rubber.
Now,
If I remember correctly.
Now you're gonna start. I'm gonna be AFK for a few. I'll be back.
Are there regular butchers in America? Like you go there and ask the man to cut and prepare the meat? Or
grocery stores often have them.
Yes.
Yes, they're here.
Because mainly, as I understand, mainly people buy meat already packed in the fridge, in the big stores.
Yeah, you can get it unpackaged, or at least packaged on the spot. But there are a few shops dedicated to it. It's typically what's in basically a grocery store.
So there is in Italy, as far as I know, if we can avoid it, we don't buy ground beef in a packaged format, because the minute you ground the beef, it starts getting bad. So it's better to tell the man to grind it before you, and then you can eat it as fast as possible.
I actually think they use color agents in our prepackaged meat, don't they? I think I read something about that before. That the meat,
because
especially
if not, it becomes darker.
Exactly, right. And when you go to our supermarkets, the prepackaged meat, especially like hamburger, is red, even though it may have been sitting there for a week. So I think they do use coloring and preservatives in it.
Probably, because I really you really can tell if you have the grinder at home, you can buy a piece of beef, grind it, and it takes maybe half an hour to get dark after it was ground.
Yep, that's true.
And it's not sellable,
Well, they sell it here. They just add things to it, so you don't realize how old it really is.
Yes, it's just a visual thing, It's
Yeah.
Yes, of course, if you let the ground meat stay in the sun for a couple of days, it's not good for your health, but it's still edible.
There are butcher shops, but they're becoming harder to find. They're considered specialty almost now, because
Yes.
most of the meat is available through the big chain supermarkets.
I know that I read that there is a sort of a nutritional problem in the States because the average citizens don't care much about getting away from prepackaged food. For practical
Right.
reasons, people tend to stick to pre-processed food.
Right. I think starting maybe in the 50s, that it became popular to have those prepackaged foods, because it was becoming more common for both the husband and the wife to work. And now it's almost mandatory. If there's two people in the family, they both need to work in order to sustain, any standard of living. So for convenience, those things are popular.
Cooking from scratch takes a long time, so
Yeah.
Well, for example, my parents who used to both work. They developed this strategy. They used to wake up early on Sunday and prepare food for the rest of the week, and then put it in the fridge or on the refrigerator. So we could usually eat homemade food every day of the week, because all you had to do was to take it out the fridge. But of course, they had to spend almost the whole Sunday doing that.
Yeah. A lot of people just don't want to spend the time, and they don't have the skill anymore either, because it's not being, like, the more reliant we are on prepackaged food, the fewer people have those skills to actually cook from scratch. So it's just not something even being passed on anymore.
It's like self-perpetuating. But for example, my parents used to enjoy the thing, because it was a way to stay together, and they spent hours together. Sometimes even they fought, they argued, but it was a way to do something together. And it was always and it was even good for the health of the family, and it was good for the wallet, because in this way they could spend less money for the food.
Yeah, it does cost more to eat the pre-processed and pre-packaged food. It's even becoming hard to find farmers markets, at least for me. Just to go into a farmer's market and get fresh fruit and vegetables is difficult. You can find them. I mean, they're, obviously at the big chain stores, but they lack, they don't taste like vegetables and fruit.
I know. Sometimes I buy tomatoes in the big chain.
Right.
And then I buy the day after, I buy the same kind of tomato in the grocery store, the small store, the market, farmer market, as you called it. The taste is completely different.
Completely different. Even the smell is different. Tomatoes have like a peppery smell to them if they're natural, and you don't find that in the grocery store. They don't have a smell at all.
Of course, the price is different too, because they in the big chains they have so large amounts of goods that they can lower the price more and more and more.
So
it depends on what you have to do, of course, because if you want to taste a very good tomato, like a fruit, you can sometimes eat it like it was a peach or an apple, but in that case it must be very good.
Exactly. I love tomatoes like that too, as long as they're very good.
But if you for example want to use it just for making a sauce, or putting a couple of slices of tomato in a sandwich, then the Walmart variety is good enough.
Just barely good enough.
As you know, in a sandwich you have so many different tasty ingredients that even if you have one ingredient with good taste, it gets overwhelmed. It gets masked by the other tastes. But if you wanted to make some kind of a dish where there is one taste that stands up the others, then you have to choose carefully your ingredients.
Right. Do you live in the United States now?
No. I am Italian. I live in Italy. Yes. No. I know about Americans because my wife has relatives there. So we had some cultural exchange during the years.
Such as it is, right?
Yes. What part of America are you from?
I'm in the Midwest, in the cornfields.
Okay, beautiful. I
My-
saw a lot of uh, documentaries and photos about what state?
Illinois.
Northern, so northern
Right.
part. Yes.
It's it's
It's
a
a bit
corn
cold.
state
It's a
like
bit
Iowa
cold.
is.
Mm.
Iowa, Illinois. I'm not
Yes.
sure what other states are primarily corn.
But is it Illinois where Chicago is?
It is. That's
Okay.
northern Illinois, but mid and southern Illinois is mostly still farmland.
But because as I know, I think that the state of Illinois is as big as the whole Italy.
Is it really?
I think I am just pulling it out of my,
Right.
but I think it's not very different. I'm going to check it, but
It might be.
Italy is very small as surface area is concerned. So
Right.
I'm going to check.
Check the population differences too. I'd be
Well,
interested.
how many people live in Illinois?
I have no idea. I'm not sure.
But I think less.
They're mostly centered around Chicago, I think.
Do you think more
Yeah, I
or
live an
less?
hour from Chicago. It sucks. I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
Do you think
If you
more
just-
or less than 50 million?
You know what? I don't want to guess and look really ignorant, so I'm gonna look it up.
But I know that in the whole United States, the population is maybe 40 millions.
Wait, you're asking the question of Illinois, or like the population, right?
It's almost 13 million in Illinois.
13 millions, okay.
13 million.
Much less than Italian population, but the surface is almost the same. I think I'm going to check it. I don't know how to spell Illinois. Okay.
ILLI. Go ahead.
Oh, Illinois.
Okay.
Yes. And contrary to popular belief, it's not Illinois.
Let's see.
It says in square kilometers, which is not a usual unit of measurements for Americans, but
Right.
it says almost 150,000 square kilometers.
Okay.
And Italy is the double. So it takes 2 Illinois to make 1 Italy.
Right. But you've got a population of almost 60 million.
Exactly.
So we're
we are
still half.
we are very packed.
Yeah.
Also bear in mind that in fact the actual livable portion of Italy surface is less than half, because
Oh, I didn't know that.
yes, because the most part of Italy is mountain area,
Right.
unpopulated mountain area. So our cities are very, very densely populated.
Ah.
In fact, the part of Italy I live, you almost cannot drive around without finding cities, houses, buildings. There is no such thing as driving for 10 kilometers without meeting people.
Right.
Impossible.
You can drive quite a distance here through the farmland and not see anything.
I remember watching a movie, I think it was about a place in Illinois, which was called the Bridges of Madison County.
The what?
Is that Illinois or? Yeah, I think you're right.
Bridges of Madison County.
Yeah, I think that was that based in Illinois?
Was it Illinois? I am going out from memory.
I'm trying to find it. I think there's a Madison County in Illinois. There's Madison County in Iowa too, so I'm not sure.
Iowa.
Is
That
it
gerbil,
Iowa? Yeah.
that gerbil is
Iowa.
adorable. Or rat, whatever it is. Presumably gerbil. Aw.
Oh no, you're right. It's Illinois, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh, it's in the Wikipedia page. It says Iowa.
Oh, does it? On the IMDb, it says
Yes,
Illinois.
you see, that's why I remembered Illinois, because in the plot, I don't know if you remember, but there were Clint Eastwood and Mary Streep.
Right.
And Clint Eastwood was a photographer who went to take pictures of these bridges, and
In Iowa. Oh, okay.
he meets the Mary Streep, and then they have an affair because Mary Streep husband is out to affair.
Right.
In Illinois. So there was this Illinois thing in the movie that
Okay, got it.
I got it mixed up. Sorry.
Yeah, Iowa has a lot of covered bridges still. It's kind of known for that. Other than corn.
Are you going to bed now?
Oh no, I was just saying
okay,
goodnight to someone else.
Well, I think I'm going to bed now, so I just want to say bye bye to everyone. Hello.
Bye. It was nice meeting you.
It
What
was
is
good to
your
meet you.
hamster's name? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was trying to say goodbye to Massimo.
You dipped fast. Oh, there he said bye.
What's that again?
He dipped out fast.
Yeah.
What's the time in Italy right now, anyway?
What is happening anyway? What?
Sorry, I was just wondering what time it was in Italy. It's 11:33 a.m.
Yeah. That's oh, odd time to go to sleep, but okay.
Maybe he's going shopping for his fresh fruit and vegetables.
Yeah. I need to somehow quiet things down or find some other way to cope with stress besides picking up. I've probably gained all the weight back that I lost since the dosage change.
Do you think so? Because it doesn't look that way to me, Nadia. Like, you can really tell in your face.
I can tell too, and I see that I bloated back up.
You think so?
Yeah, I bloated back up badly.
When did you have a dosage change?
I think it was late May, early June.
Is that the insulin?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, progesterone apparently not doing me a whole lot of good. So.
Well, I don't see it. I see your face is like really thinned out.
Well, hope we can reverse the damage I just did. And yeah, a lot of things are writing that. Like well, job prospects apparently. No, oops. Okay.
Well, I'm not trying to placate you, but it's bad everywhere. I mean, I don't know how people are making it. Period. Even single people, people with families. I just don't. I have no idea.
I've been uh, deep trouble. Oh wait, I had a kind of major medical and not sure exactly how to describe the personal conflict or something like that. Basically, my being displaced and my lifetime's earnings wiped out, and also got out of work. All that right at the time the economy collapsed.
Right. I know. The worst time possible. You're in New York right now. You have the expanded coverage there.
Yes, yes. That's
As long as it lasts.
I cannot stray from New York basically because
Right.
even with expanded coverage, places like
Yeah.
California don't have the kind of private whatever it is that services the expanded coverage
Oh,
discipline
really?
from denying the claims. So when I was in California, I was in the ICU for a week of every month.
That's crazy. I like seriously. I don't. They have to federally mandate healthcare. They just have to because I know, you can move from one state that has the expanded coverage into a state that doesn't offer it at all. And how is that fair? I mean, it just doesn't make sense to let the states decide that. It just does not. It's a federal issue, and I'm afraid that it could be reversed by the Supreme Court, even this like the scant expanded coverage that exists.
Oh yeah, it's there was a lot writing on this election.
Yeah.
Healthcare issue, 3
I don't think
justices.
people realize it. They just don't. And really, if there's a segment of the population like yourself and single males without children, those people are the most discriminated against in this healthcare system. And yet, like for some reason, I find, and it's just my experience, I could be wrong, that the single males are the ones who are the supporters of the people who want to take those benefits, those like scant benefits that exist now, away from them. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But that's the way things go.
Well, there are very unfortunate dimensions to the rejection of expansion. Well, states that rejected it have relatively comprehensible demographics.
Right.
They're not. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Where black people live.
Right. Right. And where white people run the government. There's a good old boy network involved.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And I don't think it's. Well, maybe I don't follow enough of the media, but it's not really remarked upon as much.
No, it isn't. It really, people don't. I don't think people really look at that big picture very often. There's also, a correlation between, I think a lot of the states that don't offer it have a investment in their prison population too. It's just, the money is spent on that kind of infrastructure instead of the health of the general population. Keeping a police state employed instead of general employment for the population. Seems to be that way to me. Could be wrong.
One thing ended up, I guess, noticing.
There's a dog behind you. Was that a dog behind you? What's that?
No, it's
a
one of the
ferret?
room. Yeah, it's roommates.
Oh. What were you saying?
Oh. Well, employment as such is a little bit question. There are a lot of things that kind of obscure it. Like what is it, U3, U6, and all those numbers are in a lot of ways covering up the issue. When it comes closer, it still has problems. It's the employment population ratio.
Right.
That one shows like a dip, like from 63% to 58%. Yeah, kind of right after the big crash, and I think it's only like 59.5% now.
Huh.
So it's been that much of a recovery. There's still an issue with that because it doesn't really show the sort of shift in well, either pay scale or hours.
Exactly. We're a service sector country now, and we don't even have a lot of that. So
Aggregate demand.
we should all move to Mexico.
What's that?
We should all move to Mexico before we can't.
My kinds of health conditions and else.
I don't know. What do you think? It might be. I'm not sure what the costs for medical are, but from the expats that I've read about who are there, they say you can get like excellent medical care for just like a fraction of what you might pay out of pocket here. So I guess it depends what area you're in and all of that kind of stuff. But
it also assumes you have an income or whatever kinds of savings.
That's true. You do have to have something. That something goes farther, a lot farther.
Yeah, I saw like real clearly very strong interaction between medical crises, disrupting employment, and employment's healthcare generating more medical crises.
Hmm.
I got hurt bad. I didn't have a heart attack at 35 because
And I had a heart attack just in December, actually.
I did.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah, I didn't know it was hitting me. Kept pushing myself till I dropped.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That happened to you too?
Hmm?
That happened to you too?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, I guess we're not the only one. I guess some people have like some kind of painful ones and they'll start flailing and mist it or whatever.
Yeah, no, I didn't have that. I mean, I think it was just something that developed over time, and I had a few like pains, a few days, for a few days, and then it just kind of, it was something that I knew wasn't right, so I just called the ambulance, and they were like, "Yep, you're having a heart attack." That was about it. It wasn't dramatic, but they say that for females, right, that you don't, it's not the same. Like you're not going to have that dramatic, moment where you're clutching your chest and, turning purple. So maybe you experience the same things, same lack of those typical male symptoms, which is what doctors look for, because, you know,
Yeah. Well, so I fainted. So where's that?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that is on the scale. Did they do anything? Did they
Oh
stent
yeah,
or do?
yeah. I woke up. I spent a week in the hospital. Didn't do a stent, but they did, guess a lot of weird, less invasive stuff.
Right.
A lot of testing.
Yeah. Hey, Pon, what was that church? You were in a church the other day. What was the name of that church?
Was this 2 days ago, maybe?
I think so, yeah.
It's probably, hold on.
I guess it's a cathedral, not a church.
I can get it for you. It's called St. Peter's Church.
Where is that?
That's in the city of, hold on, let me give you the,
Alright.
let me just give you the link.
Thank you. Thanks, I appreciate that. I was asking in the chat, but you didn't see it.
Oh, I was on my phone, so I didn't.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's really remarkable, the architecture.
Yeah, I was asking whether it was, what type of Gothic architecture it was.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's a mix, really.
Mm-hmm. It's like they built a blank canvas and then they painted in a lot of things.
Exactly. They threw stuff on it.
Yeah,
But it kind of works together, so.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Although that may have looked different, the original one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, when was this built? When was this one?
Well, it was rebuilt after the First World War because it was bombed.
Right.
This one particularly, you may have to look up the date.
Yeah, I think.
It's probably Middle Ages. I'm not confident on that. It's probably somewhere there.
Well, hopefully he'll be back soon.
Oh, what happened? Did he drop out? I was
Yeah.
busy looking at this.
Oh. Anyway, a heart attack's traceable in its cause to repetitive ketoacidosis and hospitalization. So
Yeah,
almost
the ketoacidosis isn't good.
yeah.
You're able to get the medication and everything you need there now, though, right? With the expanded? Did they cover
New York?
most of it? Yeah.
New York has health insurers in line.
Yeah.
California, not so much.
It's very few states, actually, when I looked at it last. Let's see.
The Medicaid expansion?
Yeah.
Oh.
They cannot leave this up to the states to decide. It just isn't right. But I don't see a Supreme Court who's gonna vote in favor of it with Trump in office if that happens. They say 32 states are expanding. That doesn't mean they actually have expanded, but are somewhere in the process of it, and 19 haven't. All in the southeast, and I guess Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, those states as well.
Yeah. The racial dimensions of this are very clear.
Yeah.
Probably only a few that aren't explained by racial factors or racial politics factors.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Idaho and Utah. Those might be the outliers there. Not sure.
Well, there's enough with the Great Plains and such.
Yeah, that's true. Wyoming, Oklahoma. See, but even within that framework, you're saying that California still won't cover some things. So within that framework, they're still letting the states decide how much they will fund the program?
It's a little bit trickier. It technically was covered, but the insurance companies were playing games with denials.
How can they do that though? If it's, I don't understand. I don't understand how the insurance companies could do that if the federal government covers 100% of the costs of the expansion. I mean, I don't doubt it. I'm just not sure how they're getting away with it.
Well, California doesn't crack the whip. New York does. So.
Yeah.
It's kind of why I better stay in New York. I'm still in the States.
Yeah.
They aren't cracking the whip on the insurers.
They need to outlaw the for-profit medical insurance industry in this country. It's really awful. I know it will never happen, but it should have happened a long time ago.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there wasn't, I guess, some kind of enlightened benefactor like his name. The Welsh guy with the NAS. Or NHS, Welsh MP.
I lived in Canada when I was young, and I had a 3-month hospital stay. And if that would have happened in the United States, my family would have been bankrupted from it. It's just crazy. It's really inhumane.
A lot of times they'll just deny care.
Yeah.
You know, especially if I think they're only literally obligated, as things now stand, if you're going to die in very short order. Some people are losing like all kinds of limbs, and fingers, and everything else.
Crazy.
Pay up for, well, bad things will happen. Decide to save your life. Tough job. Anira Bevan. We didn't have an Anira Bevan or a Tommy Douglas. Tommy Douglas was the same stature. NHS is a lot more in depth in Canada's Medicare.
NHS is what? Sorry.
The NHS is a lot more comprehensive, or whatever it is, than Canada's Medicare.
Oh, you think so?
Oh yeah.
I haven't. I know it's changed some since I've lived there, but in my experience with it, I mean, if you had to go to a doctor, you went. If you needed to go to a specialist, you went, and everything was covered. You never see a bill. Hospital. I've heard stories and reports about, people having to wait for special procedures, but I don't know how accurate that is because it's carried by the U.S. press. So,
As I understand, some emphasis come up with drugs and dental. I think there's a few other distinctions too.
I know they don't have dental. I know when I lived there that wasn't part of it either.
Yeah, apparently people's teeth are considered disposable.
Right.
Oh, what do you need teeth for?
Well, you
Yeah, your teeth doesn't do with your bodily integrity? I don't think so.
It actually does. Several studies have shown that bad tooth hygiene leads to heart attacks.
it
Leads to
does. Yep.
yeah. So like here in my country, it is covered. You go to the dentist, they like make you pay, let's say, $120 for the visit. It's let's say it's just a checkup, and you basically get almost everything back from the healthcare service. So you end up paying like $4 or whatever, depending on whatever,
That's pretty
just
good.
yeah. So that's why they are covering it here, I suppose. It's more cost effective to stop people from getting worse
Right.
than treating them when they are worse.
Yeah, that's one thing I found really surprising about the expansion here is that it does include basic dental. I didn't think that our government was going to fess up to the importance of that, but apparently they have. So
I don't think there's much to basic dental. I think it pretty much means.
Sorry, go ahead.
What's that?
You mean the expanded Medicaid dental?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it covers either. I think it covers like emergency services and regular cleanings, but beyond that, I don't really know.
It's all yanking. Well, okay, but cleanings might be something. Yanking teeth is the rest.
Right.
They will, I suppose, assist your mutilation if you're getting
Exactly.
posterior, but
Yeah, well, you'll get some antibiotics, so you won't, have a heart attack from the infection, the subsequent untreated infection. So there you go. Or you could just have all your teeth pulled, like gone. Just go on your merry way. It works for him. I don't know.
I'm thinking of a race against time to keep from losing my teeth. And if I lose it, I'm gonna off myself.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not going toothless. I've already got my bodily integrity violated badly enough as it is. That it's not a straw; it's an anvil. It breaks my back. I would just not live like that. I can't stand to live as it is. Make it that much worse? No way.
Totally unacceptable.
Yeah. It kind of already is. Question is, how much can I do about it? That's a very irreversible disfigurement. Relation. There's nobody.
They're dental implants, but I don't know. It just sounds horrific to me.
I'm never going to be able to afford anything.
Yeah, I know. That's the other thing I was just gonna say. That it would be so enormously expensive.
No, I'm not getting rich these days. I'm like, totally ostracized, cast out of jacket, case of insurance. Everyone around me gagging, practically vomiting. Yeah, I'm not bullshitting when I say the crowd's part, mass transit. That's happening.
I don't know. I have to believe you because that's your experience. I just find it. I mean, I don't, you know, I don't, I would find it odd to see that happening myself. Because, like, when I look at you, you look like a female to me, you know? And you actually look more female than a lot of females that I know. So it's odd when you say that. I don't know, maybe it's the juxtaposition of that femininity with your height. Like, I don't know how tall you are. Maybe that's it. I'm not really sure.
Gross skeletal structure.
Well, you keep saying that, but I don't actually see that either. So, I don't know.
Well, man, skeleton grew out pretty much male. Blow me up with the thyroid stuff. It's really bad. And she's not that telling me. I got to pretty much pretty masculine jaw and
No, you really don't.
yeah,
No, you really don't. You don't have a masculine jaw.
look inside.
Well, I'm
Inside.
looking, and I'm still saying that you don't have a masculine jaw. You don't. You have an actually very feminine jawline and chin. I'm still not seeing it, Nadia. No, sorry. Don't see it.
Also, a chick does cartilage with the eyebrows, and it's like some kind of Neanderthal, whatever it is.
You're really overanalyzing things there. I don't see it.
Well, you kind of have to.
I know.
Serious question. Why aren't people ranting lately? And why does it bother me so much? Also, when I see this well, and well, all right. There are actual kinds of real, objectively measurable consequences. Some of it you can't really do a whole lot about. To either one of them, that you can do something about, but and that's ridiculous fortune. Cartilage development. There, which
I don't notice it. I don't notice anything about your jaw or chin area.
nose on some people can get too done up from it. Didn't really end up hitting it. You absolutely can't do anything about it. Guys, can't make them bigger.
Well, everybody wants that. I can't make my eyes bigger. I'd love to.
Well, they actually are bigger. They're not like trick. Also, they're farther apart. Right? And computers just
That has nothing to the eye distance has nothing to do with gender, though, right? Oh,
Yeah,
it does. Are you sure about that?
It's part of the computer algorithms to distinguish, and that's also documented as a difference in the facial structure.
Well, overall facial structure, but are you sure about the eye distance?
Yeah.
That. I'm gonna have to look that up later.
Yeah, that's there.
Hairline, but your hairline is like feminine. It's like a female. It's not like male. Look at it. You don't have the yeah. I see it. Where?
Show sort of where it's.
No, that's nothing.
No, it's not the worst possible. I'm not actually balding or anything, but
Right.
I mean, that's characteristically masculine.
Yeah, that's kind of borderline right there. Some people really feel it.
There are scalp advancements on tattoos, but it adds up. Wow. Face alone, it's kind of a mixed bag. Voice, it's almost 100%. Pretty much. Voice is kind of hopeless. Part of why I'm in a fundraise. That's gone nowhere. Face, there's supposed to be some kind of coverage. I guess I have to fax it in.
What are they going to cover?
Good question. There's supposed to be some kind of surgery on the face. Hopefully, it's the major cartilage, chin, mostly the chin. Maybe something else in the jaw, and of course eyebrows. Not the actual visual cartilage.
Right.
But I mean, the real killer is basically overall skeletal structure. Tiny hips, giant shoulders, hands, big feet. Kind of barrel chested. Yes, things could theoretically be, but they're not really offered, so to speak. No standard procedure for it. No one's gonna chop up the bones of my fingers. So try to actually shrink my hands.
Let's see. Let me see your hand.
Oh, it's like the reverse what they do with dwarves' legs.
No, okay, your hands are fine. Let's see what is the problem with your hand.
Basically too big, and was it ring and index finger proportions and all that.
Oh well, like, does anybody really look at that? Like, seriously?
It's probably not the biggest recognition factor, but people wouldn't be able to necessarily put their finger on it, but it puts them off. Occasionally somebody observing might say, "Oh, manly hands." But for those who, otherwise, basically pass. For me, I mean, it's kind of hopeless. Main things for setting people off are basically gross skeletal, face and voice, and same things that set other people off set me off.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really get hurt real bad. Whatever it is, man. Yeah, stuff that's face and overall body structure. Very bad. And my voice too.
I don't really think your voice is an issue. I mean, when I've been on YouTube for, I don't know, too long. But I remember when you were in Brett Keene's Hangouts every once in a while. And, I mean, if you hadn't have said yourself, I would never have known. I just thought there's an attractive female. You know, I really would never have known if you hadn't have said yourself. And I think that's true for quite a few people. Some aren't going to admit it, especially probably a lot of the males. They're not going to admit it, you know. It's a testosterone thing. But I think a lot of people coming to the channel really don't know that until they're told. I know you see it differently, and I know you purposefully advertise it sometimes, so of course those people would know. But in general, I'm saying that when you just appear as yourself and you don't identify, right? That people identify you as female. That's what I'm saying. I've had lots of guys. Like I've said, I've been on YouTube for a long time. I've had interactions with a lot of people. I've seen it myself. You know, people say, "Oh, who's that?" You know, they don't immediately identify you as male. They identify you as female. So,
I mean, to me, I must see a way to put it. Guys talk to me like I'm one of the guys.
well, they do when they're in.
Bag hagging, and
Nice.
by and large, I am sort of criticized.
Just for the record, I'm not fag hagging. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm criticized for not adhering to sort of male norms or standards or whatever. It's like, oh, be more aggressive. And, you're shirking your masculine breadwinning duties. And, all that kind of ridiculous stuff. Yeah, and I mean, there's stuff that goes on in Google Plus, but for the most part, out in the world, I mean, they just flat out call me sir or mister. I had a famous recruiter call, and I think it was spring of 2013. Like, hello, Mr. Chambers, sir. May I please speak to your wife?
Oh, really? That's just rude. That's just people's ignorance. You know? I mean, it happens. It happens to, you know, it'll happen, like, to females, too. I mean, People are just not that observant. I'm not just trying to make excuses, but the big wide world, the general average IQ is just not that high. You know? I mean, you have to take those kind of things into consideration too. Not assume that every reaction is a legitimate observance based on some kind of intelligent thought. I don't know, maybe that doesn't matter to you, but it's true.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to be legitimate, but yeah. Bad news is, well, social and economic and so on outcomes don't really rely on that much. Yeah. What is it? Yeah. Over the voice phone type thing. Pretty bad as far as.
Or maybe I'm biased because my voice is not typically what when people talk about like a feminine voice is feminine like a what was her name, like a Catherine, you know who I'm talking about.
Pepper?
Right, or it's not high pitched, it's not that girly, it doesn't have that. So I'm aware of how that's perceived too.
Hang on, I need to reload. Well, I've seen some cases where I guess there are some misgenderings, but I think it's I've got a couple different dimensions of maybe I don't know, sort of precariousness of my status, and also I believe this kind of severity of masculinization. I mean,
I haven't run across very many people that didn't have some type of precarious status in some way or another.
Oh.
Yeah.
Precarious is my gender status.
Well, that's what I mean too. I mean,
Well, also bear in mind, I used to talk like Darth Vader all the time.
you don't talk like Darth Vader. It's really funny.
No, I
That'd
don't
be
know.
kind of cool if you did though. I kind of like that.
I've tried to do otherwise.
Yeah, but you don't talk like that, and your voice is not masculine. I mean, if your voice is masculine, then so is mine. And nobody ever says my voice is masculine. They say it's different, and they say it's Actually, I've had a lot of people prefer it over, the higher pitched, tones.
Well, I can actually hear it. And also record it.
Right, but what you're hearing isn't what other people are hearing. That's what I'm saying. It's what they're hearing, but they're not perceiving it like you think they are. That's all I'm saying.
I've got a pretty good idea what that sounds like. It's
Okay, if you were getting like voice surgery, like I'm not sure how do they do that? Like what's involved with that?
oh yeah, I'll find his website.
Like what do you ask for? How do you request a different? I don't understand. Like it's just. Is there a prediction of what you would sound like afterwards, or?
Also in terms of pitch shift. Okay, guys. These are actually technique is mostly developed in the UK. The clever approximation. And glotoplasty is
See, I might as well get this. It raises the pitch of the voice.
yeah. Yes, it's biometric procedure. So it says a little bit around an octave of pitch elevation.
Right.
Yeah.
What is the recovery time? Wow, it's so good.
I think you have to refrain from speaking for about 2 weeks.
Yeah. It takes 6 months to mature.
Yeah, I know from people who have actually gotten it. That the recovery time, or sorry, the refraining from speaking time is something like 2 weeks.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. And what are they charging for that?
Their headline for the double or triple. It's got a price listing somewhere. It's like a 7,000. Okay, sorry, 7,000 headline price with travel and whatever. Closer to 8,000. So there we go. Monoplasty alone is this. So the
That's kind of ridiculous for what I'm seeing the procedure as being. It's kind of overpriced for the actual procedure itself, but I guess they can do it. So. Preying on
Well, I'm not really convinced they're going to happen at this point, so pretty much.
I don't think you need
I'll put the link up, but
I'm just saying.
what's that?
I don't think you need it, but you know, I
Well,
can see why you want
I
it
don't need
done.
any surgeries. Okay, well,
No, I mean I don't think if you're doing this in an attempt to pass in society, I don't think you need it. I don't think your voice is an issue like you see it.
well, the way others respond to me aligns with, well, my response to myself. I mean, it's not that they're doing so it causes me. It's that I'm hearing the same stuff they are. So yeah, it sounds masculine to me too. And oh boy, that hurts. At which point,
Well, if it's any consolation, I mean, if you think it's masculine, I just have to tell you that I would never date a guy who had a voice like yours, because it's not masculine enough for me, alright? That's all I'm saying. It's really feminine, you know, so... That's just the way I see it. I mean, that's the basis from which I'm judging, you know? So, take it for what it is.
yeah, well, yeah. I guess not that many people consider going on with me valid. So. Not surprising. Seen Ryan Campbell posting again, or posting videos.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
He comes and goes.
that's something called "Stay in Your Lane."
God. I imagine.
Yes. So, sure what else is going on.
Yeah, sure. I gotta go to sleep though. I'm gonna get in trouble if I have to sleep. I will talk to you later.
No worries.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Okay, well, I'm obviously not going to be able to get rest at the moment. Huh. Atheist Christian slap. KO Christian apologist. Who is atheist debate?
Is it too late for you to go to the gym, Nadia?
Yeah, it's 2.5 hours too late.
I'm so sorry.
Well, looks like I needed to try to keep the conversation going anyway, so. Thick Shades has a lion playing with the lamb. This video on how you would describe the millennial kingdom of Christ.
What, Nadia?
Millennial kingdom is what Thick Shades made a video about.
Millennial what?
Millennial kingdom.
Oh, I see. What's the significance? Why include millennial?
Well, there's a sort of step or whatever it is. It's supposed to last 1,000 years, where sort of, at least in some eschatologies, where there's this kingdom of God on earth, and it's kind of a particular theory, but say, okay, well, this kingdom of God on earth will last for 1,000 years. Some differences. Most say Jesus will show up before it and rule over it. Some say Jesus shows up after, and once it's over, then there's kind of a final whisking everybody away to heaven or something like that. And there's some variations on these kinds of ideas there. Some say there's not going to be a millennial kingdom at all. Others say that the sort of final, salvation or whatever it is basically going to be entirely on earth. And there are some other wilder things like none of that stuff in the future is predicted by these other things is actually said to be happening at all. Say that the what they're taking as prophecy is already happened. So there's a number of different kinds of ways this all splits around, but some of those strains, they have this kingdom of God that lasts for 1,000 years. And yes, I can tell you the names for all the positions too. Where I start getting sketchier, it's they actually have arguments basically between the Christians, as to which one of those things is the case, and I would have trouble giving you the verses to make the cases for very many of those positions outside of the pretty standard one, which is basically pre-mill futurist. So Jesus shows up before 1,000 years and actually rules over the 1,000 years, and of course the things about the apocalypse and all that are describing a future big supernatural event. Actually, I may not even remember that. Yeah, tend not to get too much into eschatology here. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of things that say like the kingdom of God, but they don't seem to. I'm not sure exactly how they get that. You know, it'll last 1,000 years, so that that it'll be on Earth or anything like that. On the other hand, it is pretty clear that there's kind of an expectation of it happening in the future. The preterist is more on the back foot, trying to back up the sort of idea that it already happened.
So it's like another Christian thinking they can predict the future using the Bible, like reading whatever they're reading.
Well, kind of. I think they don't really think they can do anything useful with the sort of prediction, because well, it'll happen at an unpredictable time, and the sort of consequence of it is, you know, all the sort of worldly concerns end. So, and it's kind of anticipated, you know, this will eventually be the case, maybe, but you know, they can't really do much with the advanced knowledge or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't fully know the sort of Islamic details with the Mahdi and all that. I don't think it's that significant in Islam. Christianity, there's like huge emphasis on all these things. You got, you know, an entire massive political Christians United for Israel, headed by John Hagee, which is basically all about you know, making various Bible prophecies surrounding all the silliness with Jews returning to Israel. And there's like what do they call it? Is it Resurrection Watch or Revelation Watch? Actually, Revelation News is his YouTube channel was basically like an end times thing, right? It was something Watch, Rapture Watch, Rapture stuff. Yeah, the pre, mid, and post trib Rapture. I guess it's big in certain circles, evangelical affairs, but at least from what I've personally encountered, even the sort of more, I guess, devout Christians I've run into didn't actually seem to be very much into the rapture stuff. There's maybe a broader, let's say, less media portrayed swath of Christianity that doesn't seem to believe in the rapture than the swath that gets the media attention that does get portrayed. Mm. I don't know. I'm not a theologian, so I don't actually know quite all of this. If I really knew, I mean, I'd be able to like put the names on the positions as far as who advanced them, who founded them, and all that. And also give the sort of biblical verse arguments and such, and how they were applied to by who, and so on and so forth to talk about that stuff. But I've got other stuff to research that probably matters more to me. I also I've had a gap in my Duolingo coverage. It would be nice to be able to actually resolve or stop accumulating. I think the unprivileged ejection miss feature really took the hours out really badly. I just can't. I can't turn away and let these things manage themselves at this point. I have to constantly hunt for somebody to send the link to, and it's even worse with not being able to keep the live chat on. Oh, it wouldn't be the first time somebody's harassment campaign put somebody out on the street, and that they never came back from it and all that. I think the whole sort of invulnerable portrayal of things in cartoons it's been pretty damaging. Basically, it seems that people think real human beings work like that.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a lot of weird thinking going on. For example, when we talked about people getting stronger from their scars, I mean, I agree they are, to some extent, they can handle whatever situations better next time, but the thing they forget is that you're actually, a thinking, functioning human being in a complex society that has to still everyday function. And so what I pointed out is that a lot of times when I see these people, they're not always the most well-balanced people, not always the most, just they have a lot of stuff going on, just a lot of problems because of these scars they've accumulated. And I think if you want to function in this world, you have to accumulate them. It's just inevitable. That's just a byproduct, I guess. So I mean, I'm actually on both sides here. Like, I both agree with you that they damage you, but I also agree with them that they help you to cope better with whatever, whatever. Let's say your job or whatever. That's.
I've pretty much been de facto blacklisted. There's never going to be another job.
A what?
I said I've pretty much been de facto blacklisted. There is never going to be another job.
Oh, I see.
I say this as some, well, applying to a bunch of temp agencies, but anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? Oh, you gotta go on this gigantic scavenger hunt for lottery tickets, and then they, go beat you up and insult you when you don't win the lottery.
Hmm. Hmm.
Sorry about that. I don't know. I guess people are probably genuinely not thinking that they're invalidating my, or trying to validate my experience or suffering or whatever, but I suspect it may stem out of an idea that they feel they might need to protect a fragile male ego.
Mhm. No, I think they're just giving you advice based on how they perceive that they deal with it, I guess. I think that's where more it's coming from. Now, whether you think it's whatever, true or not, how they got there, I mean, that's a different matter. But that's at least how they seem to view it.
Well, it is something of a, I don't know, emotional coping mechanism or something. They're trying to utter or whatever it is instead of kind of, well, factual discussion. I don't know, I think it's maybe not quite having. It's lacking an understanding of the gravity of it. So they don't think it would be a kind of invalidation. So it's something that says doesn't have actual substance to it, and so you can just be talked out of.
Yeah, I'm not sure on all of that. Like I said, for me, the truth is probably somewhere in between. I think they are all probably, well, no, maybe I shouldn't. I think people who are scarred, they are dysfunctional a lot of times. That's the cost you pay for being able to cope. That's the price you pay, for having this card. I mean, that's my view. Maybe they're not this. Maybe they are like an exception. That maybe they are not dysfunctional. I should I should not have used them, I guess.
I don't know. I have to resist the sort of idea that I can somehow read their minds, whatever. It's a more productive question might be, well, a sort of semantic externalist kind of view of what they're saying. Oh shit. I really hope what's I think might be happening isn't happening.
Oh, is it in the outside shot?
What?
Are you talking about the outside shot?
Talk about what again?
Are you talking about the outside chat?
There is no outside chat. I turned it off this because of doxing and such.
Oh, well, was it again happening recently?
Yeah, it was last night. Yeah. I'm at getting nausea and a fast heart rate.
So is it the usual suspects that are engaging in these tactics?
Oh, we can't trace it. There's no way to trace it. No real way to guess.
I don't know if it's the people that were mentioned.
I mustn't talk about that. I was talking about possibly ketoacidosis.
But what, are you not taking the medication?
That's a mildly insulting question.
Did you run out?
I already took it.
Hmm.
I mean, you know that I know that this creates a big problem for my eligibility for surgery.
Oh, all right. You're getting surgery. I forgot about that.
I'm trying to. I don't really have insurance clearance for any. There won't be any kind of insurance from any of the doctors involved or insurance for a sustained period after ketoacidosis.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a grave marker?
What was that, Nadia?
I thought I saw a grave marker or grave monument.
Oh no. These are just statues.
Just a statue? Okay.
It's probably Jesus and his mother.
Oh, I see it. Madonna and shell. Yeah.
That baby has a weird posture. It's like he's having a heart attack. It's right across from this church. They have these weird, I guess it's so people don't deface it. So these weird wires.
Mm.
Yeah, so it's protected, I guess, when people like throw bottles at it or whatever. You know, hooligans and everything.
Generally don't suspect Belgian hooligans.
So they exist. It's when they go home and they have a lot to drink. Kind of go, kind of go wild.
And welcome, Jim.
Howdy, how we doing this morning?
No, it's I'm way bit sleepy, but fingers crossed it'll all work out.
Let me get this darn TV turned down. Hang on a second.
That kid was posing for me. I didn't even realize it. I was just taking pictures of the surroundings. See, from my vantage point, I can't really see them, but only when I zoom in.
Is that the headboard of your bed?
Yep.
And welcome, Albatross 2.
Oh. I'm getting another epidural today, and my back's really hurting, so I'm laying down waiting for my friend to come and pick me up. I don't know why they won't let me drive when they give me all them drugs.
Yeah, epidurals are good. That's kind of a big deal. Doesn't it keep you from walking?
It doesn't keep me from walking, but it really depends on what they do. This is just a steroid, and it's a nerve block and a steroid injection to try and help the bones themselves spread apart and help the flexible part of the spine kind of rebuild itself. Now, if they were to do what's called an ablation, then that would be a big thing because that can actually keep you from walking.
Okay. Yeah.
That I hope they don't get to.
What's that?
I said that's one I hope they don't get to.
I'm sorry all that's happening to you.
Oh, it's the joys of getting old. One more evidence of the Bible, you know. We live in a sin-broken world.
Oh, maintaining ourselves. I guess it's still good. We've got more work to do to develop.
Meet you a good girl. Meet you are.
You know, God, that's why God created exercise, Jim. You know, if you exercise and you strengthen your muscles as you grow older, the effects will be less harsh.
I agree with that 100%. But when the pain in your back is so horrific that even moving is not conducive, that's hard to exercise.
I see like Jesus with one of those sweatbands on his head and like with a gun, like ready, steady, and then go. All the sprinters like run.
I can see that, yeah.
I see Jesus like David Bowie in that one movie. Going dance, magic dance.
Yeah, I think that's one person I don't have to worry about meeting when I get to heaven. Is David Bowie.
Why not?
From what I understand, he was a Buddhist, wasn't he?
He was a what?
A Buddhist.
No idea what his religious beliefs were.
I think that's what he was. I could be wrong. I know his last album that he put out, one of his last songs that he put out too as a video was about Lazarus.
Well, let me see. ChristianPost.com says David Bowie followed God on Twitter before death.
Well, like I said, I don't know for sure. You never know if anybody has a deathbed confession.
And maybe he blasphemed the Holy Spirit at one point, so either way.
Well, blaspheming the Holy Spirit is a present tense type of thing. If you renounce that, you can be forgiven of that sin as well.
Wait a minute, wait, how is that? I mean, it clearly says it's unforgivable.
It is an unforgivable sin while you are doing it. It's in the present tense. It's like atheism. If you do not believe in God, it is a present tense type of thing. You cannot be forgiven while you are an atheist. once you renounce that and you accept God and you understand that there is a God that loves you, you can be forgiven of your sins. It's the same principle.
I don't know, where does it say that in the Bible?
Go look at the tense when you go do a word search on what is being spoken there, where it talks about how the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, that word used is in a, the way the Greek is structured, that whole sentence is not in the past tense, not when you have done this, but while you are doing this. Our particular language, the receptor language, doesn't do us much favors in compared to the transmitter language. So you have to study what the original language was trying to convey. The original language is trying to convey that, again, blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is an unforgivable sin. While you are doing it, you cannot be forgiven. But if you repent of it, God is just and faithful and will forgive you of your sins.
Mm-hmm. I'll take your word for it.
People do this blaspheme the Holy Spirit video and think they're done. I blaspheme the Holy Spirit. Now I'm going to hell for sure now. That's bull crap.
Oh my.
I think it's pretty foggy on Earth as police were.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it even matters if he was a Christian. You don't get to heaven just because you're a Christian. Probably lots of Christians in hell if it exists.
The only way you get to heaven is accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, i.e. being a follower of Christ, a Christian.
Yeah, but it has to be like a real accepting it. Like it can't be like, you know, it's like a car insurance or whatever, like, or some.
Oh, yes, I agree. You can't simply say, I are a Christian, so I'm going to heaven. No, it don't work that way. God knows the heart. God knows if you're trying to hedge your bets.
Mm-hmm. But what if you genuinely, like I've heard several stories, local stories actually, of priests in whatever, like they could not, they genuinely could not believe in whatever Jesus, and they were like in all of that stuff being real and accepting him, even though like they dedicated their whole lives to it and trying to, you know, get there. I guess they just couldn't do it.
Then they've got a problem. You know what? You can be sincerely trying to find, you can be sincerely committed to Buddha, but you can be sincerely wrong. You can be sincerely committed to Islam and to Allah, and you can be sincerely wrong and end up sincerely in hell. It's not that you're not sincere. It's that you're sincerely following the wrong path.
No, but in this case, he was really looking. Yeah, he was like he was.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're looking in the wrong place. It doesn't matter.
It's a bit cold, though.
Not at all. Not at all.
I mean,
because Jesus says, "Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened." And what this basically means: are you comfortable with where you are? Does this particular theology suit what you want your itching ears to hear? What you want to fill your little box? Or do you understand that that is a false god and it's an idol that you've put before yourself? See, most people don't realize that. You know, there's lots of people that don't understand idolatry, but they have an idol and they won't let go of it.
I just think
Go ahead.
I just think on the other side, if this God stuff is real, he could have dropped a couple of breadcrumbs to say, hey, look, maybe you should look here.
There's plenty of breadcrumbs. There's plenty of evidence. The creation declares the handiwork of the Creator. And you'll find that none of these so-called other faiths deal with the creation the way that the Bible does. None of these so-called other faiths deal with the problem of sin the way that the Bible does. None of these so-called other faiths deal with the problem of sin and how to be forgiven of your sin the way that God's Word does.
Well, I would say,
once you understand that, then you understand that we are penniless and powerless to do anything about our position. Every other position of so-called theology is a religion of works. I can do something, I can pray enough, or I can blow enough people up to make God happy and let me into His presence. That's a religion of works. Those do not work. And then there's the religion of mercy and grace. That's the religion of the Bible. That's the theology of Jesus, that He paid the price for us. And if anybody really looked at it long enough, they would realize that our works are like filthy rags before the Lord. We cannot do enough to be worthy before God.
Isaiah 64:6, but well, other religions are, of course, distinct. Otherwise, they'd be the same religion, right? So.
Oh yeah, they're distinct in their idiocies. I will give you that.
Mm-hmm. I think you're just this sin thing. It's like you're creating your own screw thread. You're creating your own screw thread, and you say, "Hey guys, look, I'm the only one who has the tools to screw this in." It's like you're creating a problem, and then you're saying, "Hey, we have the solution."
No, what I'm doing, Palm, is I'm pointing out that the Bible actually addresses reality and actually deals with it and understands it and actually gives us the reason for the reality that we see all around us, where no other theology does so.
Mm-hmm. But I don't acknowledge this thing you call sin. Like, I don't think it's a real thing. Oh, you broke up, Jim.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you either. You were just a little bit low right then.
Well, I was saying that I don't really acknowledge that this sin thing is a real thing. I don't think it's anything it's just an idea that people have.
So you don't think sinning is a real thing?
Yeah, I don't think it's real.
Okay. So do you think there's such a thing as right and such a thing as wrong? Absolute right and wrong?
Sometimes.
Well, that's not absolute right and wrong then.
No, they can exist. You can say, does absolute black exist? I would say yes, but you're asking, does it exist everywhere? And I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you a question, Palm. This is the same question I asked Nadia the other day. Is it ever absolutely wrong to barbecue babies on your back porch for fun?
Of course, yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I don't like the taste of baby meat.
Well, see, right there tells me, sir, that you do not have what's called a foundational ethics. You have fluid ethics based on your situation. you don't like the taste of barbecued babies. Your next door neighbor might. So on that situational ethics, it might be okay for him to barbecue babies, but it's just not okay for you because you don't like the way they taste.
Maybe if I try this.
But that being said, anything is okay based on what man says. There is no absolute morality. But because God says that murder is always wrong, then guess what? Murdering babies for fun, be it in the barbecue or be it in the womb, is always going to be wrong.
But it happens in the Bible where they kill babies.
Yes, sir. And it's always wrong when people murder babies.
But was it not sanctioned by God? Did that not say that kill the firstborn whatever? Or no, not the whatever. Actually, I think it was God that said, go kill these tribes and kill their babies too.
God let out a judgment on a particular people. God. Now let me preface this by saying God would be holy and just if he wiped out every single person on the planet right now, including Christians. God would be holy and just to do so. Now, that being said, because he is the creator of all, he has the absolute authority over all of his creation. Now, with that being said, also, when he has people, a people group, who have gone against the law, gone against the absolute moral authority that he has laid down, he has the authority to levy out righteous judgment on those people. And if he deems it necessary to send out a particular people, such as the nation of Israel, to be that instrument of judgment on that particular people group, and for a specific reason, and that specific reason was so all the other nations in the world at that time could see that the nation of Israel was God's people, and that if you did not obey God's word, here's what was going to happen, then you would be wiped out as well. So again, this is why that happened that way. And you'll also find that the nation of Israel didn't do what they were told.
Sure.
So, once again, God levies righteous judgment. He does not murder.
But no, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is addresses really the question I had. Murdering babies is always wrong, but you're not. Yeah, you're saying it's not murder.
God does, by definition, God does not murder, because God is the creator of all life. God is the one who gave us life, and by definition, he cannot murder, because if he is the one that gave us life, he has every right to take it away from us at any time, especially us who are sinners, even us who have repented and been forgiven of our sins. He has the right to call us home at any time.
So, okay, so your distinction is murder is always wrong. God cannot murder, but you would say killing babies is sometimes okay.
What I'm going to tell you, Palm, is we got to look at our definitions. The definition of murder is the unlawful taking of life. Okay? Murder, by definition, again, God cannot do, because God always works within inside the law.
I realize that, yes. That's why I said killing.
God is the author of the law, and he's going to stay inside the boundaries of the law, because he is, again, the arbiter of the law. Oh, my ride is here. I got to go, guys. I'm going.
But I guess I got what I wanted. So killing babies is not always wrong.
Okay, one last thing. But again, God by his very nature doesn't murder because he levies righteous judgment. God does not take life unlawfully, but he actually dictates when life is to be taken lawfully. So I got to go to get my epidural. Y'all have a great day. God bless.
See you later, Jim.
Take care, Pom.
Oh, it stopped raining. I can might as well go for a jog.